And the thing is, it's obviously not getting any better. Steelmaking now produces approximately 2 billion tons every year, which then results in approximately 400 million tons of slag. And all of this gets deposited somewhere. And turns out that all of this steel slag then starts to form these rocks in just a few decades. Although I guess just to clarify, steel slag is basically a byproduct of steelmaking that usually separates molten steel from impurities. And so at the end it usually forms a kind of a silicate and oxide-rich material that then becomes solid once you cool it down. And though sometimes it can be used in constructing roads and in even making concrete, for the most part it just ends up like this. It's just dumped somewhere and left alone. But it's not only about metal slag, or basically it's not just about steelmaking. Because turns out humans have accidentally found another way to make a different type of minerals. And you might guess what's in it. Plastic. So we now have a new thing called plastic agglomerates. Literally a rock containing a lot of plastics. And this was first documented on Camilo Beach in Hawaii only in 2014. And so basically these are rocks where plastic waste, for example fishing nets, ropes and containers, start to act as a binding agent and create their own mineral as a result. And when this plastic is melted, for example by campfires or even volcanic heat, it then flows into gaps between sand, seashells and coral, mixing everything together and literally creating a new type of mineral. And so once everything cools down, it essentially creates a kind of a junkyard mixture. Something that's a lot denser than normal plastic, and also something that's pretty heavy. And because it's heavy, many of these plastic agglomerates eventually sink to the seafloor, where they can then significantly increase the chance that they're going to be buried and preserved in the geological record. And so here scientists like Patricia Corcoran discovered these unusual minerals at pretty much every site in Hawaii, with this report in 2020 officially coining the term. But since then they've been reported in most locations on the planet, including Indonesia, Brazil and Japan. And so even though this was the first official site, they've now been confirmed to exist worldwide. And this is officially becoming a kind of a global marker for that previously mentioned Anthropocene, a proposed geological epoch defined by direct human impact on planet Earth. And so in pretty much all cases here, this is something that's formed by human activity, and in this case plastic waste that was melted over time, that once again starts to somehow cement surrounding natural materials, but in this case doing so extremely quickly, eventually resulting in these unusual rocks. And we now know that this can actually form naturally, where plastic pollution can then meet some kind of a heat source such as lava flows or forest fires, which is why it was discovered in Hawaii very close to volcanic activity. And so because of their durability and high density, researchers now believe that these are basically technofossils. They're extremely likely to persist for millions if not billions of years, serving as a kind of a permanent physical signature of human pollution. And though it is quite possible that some of this might convert to something else, even reverting back to oil form, this still doesn't change the fact that this is an incontrovertible evidence of human presence, with this type of a mineral even having its own subforms now, such as plastic crusts and plastistones. Basically slightly different formations depending on how they were formed and what's inside of them. And that's of course a really important reminder of something else. Plastic pollution has now reached pretty much everywhere, even the most isolated ecosystems on planet Earth. And we actually recently discussed some of the more dangerous parts of plastic pollution in one of the videos about human health that you can find in the description. But I guess the question is, so is this a problem though? Especially because this is basically maybe one potential solution to that plastic problem. Maybe by turning this into rock and by creating more plastic minerals, we can start solving the problem of plastic pollution on the planet. I mean, for all we know, maybe we can take a bunch of these rocks and then create some kind of an island somewhere. Hey, more land, more real estate, right? But the real answer is a little bit more complicated. And that's because a lot of these rocks also change the way coastlines work. For example, those metal-based rocks, or the slag aprons, generally change how waves reflect and how sediment moves in the ocean. And that can actually cause faster erosion on a lot of natural cliffs nearby. On top of this, there's also the obvious chemical component. Many of these rocks will contain something toxic inside. For example, toxic metals like chromium and vanadium. They can also create what's known as an alkaline halo. They essentially raise the pH level inside water, and that makes water more basic, which can then stress local wildlife and affect a lot of wildlife living nearby. Now, the actual effects have not been established yet, and this has not been studied that well, but there is a slight chance that it could be more hazardous. At the moment though, it's kind of unknown. But on the positive side, some engineers started looking at these rocks as potential sources of carbon sinks. And that's because in many cases, various chemical reactions, the reactions that actually create the stone, can also absorb carbon dioxide more efficiently, thus reducing the levels of CO2. But here we have to be careful obviously, because we don't really want to trade the carbon dioxide problem for a toxic beach problem. So this is something that has to be investigated in some of the future studies. But because many of these discoveries are essentially brand new and we're just learning about this, at the moment there is not much else that's known. I mean, we definitely have evidence of this rapid anthropoclastic rock cycle, the cycle that turns industrial and plastic waste into solid stone in just a few decades, but we don't really know what effect it's going to have on the planet and whether this is good or bad. We just know that this confirms that humans are definitely actively reshaping the planet, while also officially adding this little bookmark into the book of geology of planet Earth. And so here we have rocks that prove our industrial materials do not just sit in landfills, they do enter the rock cycle, becoming a prominent part of the Earth's crust. But here it would be interesting to discover how quickly nature adapts to all of this and how it's able to incorporate all of this waste into its own natural processes. And so that's actually something we're going to be examining next once there are some additional studies. Until then, thank you for watching. Check out previous videos on plastic in the description below. Subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else. Support the channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads, and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Imagine you're in empty space and you fire off a stream of electrons. Well then, according to most physics textbooks, the only way to change how those electrons behave is by applying an electric or magnetic or gravitational force to them. But most physics textbooks are wrong. In the 1950s, two physicists came up with a clever experiment. You could have electrons travel through a region with no electric or magnetic fields whatsoever, and yet, by flipping a switch, you could change their behavior.
The magnetic field could be just zero, and yet the presence of some quantity could actually lead to observable effects. That wasn't supposed to happen, right?
This experiment split the physics community in two. It made them question whether fields are fundamental or whether something that was supposed to be just an abstract mathematical tool was actually more core to reality. This tool was first introduced in an attempt to solve one of the hardest unsolved problems in physics, the three-body problem. That is, if you have three bodies and you know their initial positions and velocities, how will they move under the influence of each other's gravity?
It's a juicy, juicy problem which has occupied literally generations, hundreds and hundreds of years of incredibly ambitious, talented mathematicians, physicists, and astronomers, and beyond.
The fact that this problem is so difficult to solve should at least be a little surprising, because if you have just two bodies, then the solution is easy to find. In fact, the general case was already solved over 300 years ago by Newton himself.
But when Newton added a third body, well, that's when everything fell apart. In the two-body case, the forces behaved predictably, always pointing toward the system's shared center of mass. But with three bodies, this is no longer the case. When you try to calculate the forces, they end up being extremely dynamic. In addition to worrying about the magnitude of the forces, you also have to worry about their direction. So you end up with this chaotic mess of vectors. For the next 100 years, everyone who tried to solve this problem failed. But what if there was some other way to approach it? A way to simplify the math and not have to worry about these three-dimensional vectors? Well, that's where Joseph Louis Lagrange comes in. In the 1770s, he was also trying to solve the three-body problem, and he came up with a new approach. It works something like this. In the 1770s, he was also trying to solve the three-body problem, and he came up with a new approach. It works something like this. Say you've got a single mass, like a star. Lagrange imagined assigning a value to each point in space around the star. The value is determined by the star's mass and the distance from the star. You can think of each value as a height, and if we then turn this into an altitude map, you can see how the star creates this sort of well. What Lagrange had developed was the gravitational potential V, and what's important to note is that V is a scalar. It has a magnitude, but no direction. So the genius in Lagrange's idea is this. At any given point, we can draw an arrow pointing directly downhill, where the size of the arrow corresponds to the steepness of the hill at that point. We can repeat this process at every point, and if we then shift our perspective to 2 dimensions, look, what we've got is the gravitational field of the star. Mathematically, we say that the gravitational field G is equal to the negative gradient of V.
So Lagrange had found a way to switch the problem back and forth between one of vectors and one of scalars. And while adding up vectors is hard, adding scalars is a piece of cake. To find the combined potential landscape of any number of bodies, you just add up their individual potentials. And then you can always use that to get back to forces if you want. For a simple two-body system, like the Earth orbiting the Sun, that combined potential looks something like this. If you look closely, you see that there are 5 points where the gradient is 0. And so Lagrange realized the forces there are also 0, which means that at each of these points, you could place a tiny third body and it would maintain a perfectly stable orbit. That is, if it isn't disturbed. These points are now known as the Lagrange points. And while they didn't help solve the three-body problem, Lagrange was developing more sophisticated tools. In fact, he developed an entirely new way of doing mechanics. But for that to work, he didn't just need the potential, he needed the potential energy. And the kinetic energy too. I think when people hear potential, they think potential energy. And while they're very similar, there is a subtle difference. If you have the potential, that's basically the field corresponding to a single body. Then it will have some potential field around it, which is described as V equals minus Gm over R, where this is the mass of the sun. But to get the potential energy, we need to add in a second body. So let's say that's the Earth. The potential energy, let's call it U, is basically just the potential times the mass of the second body. So they're very similar, but they're slightly different. And the kinetic energy of the Earth is simple. That's, of course, 1/2 mv squared. So now we have everything we need to try this new method. In fact, we made a whole video on this over a year ago, but for now, all we need to know is that we can write down the kinetic minus potential energy to find what's known as the Lagrangian. Then you sub that into the so-called Euler-Lagrange equation, and out comes your solution.
For example, predicting the motion of a double pendulum by using the standard forces approach is infamously hard.
Because as one pendulum is swinging, it provides the attachment point for the pendulum hanging below it. And so that pendulum is in this moving reference frame as it's swinging.
But if you plug the kinetic and potential energy into the Euler-Lagrange equation, then you can quickly get to a solution, at least numerically. That's actually how we made this simulation.
I remember thinking, man, force is like hard to get the right answer. You can do it if you're good, and people who are good at mechanics can do it. But with the Lagrangian approach, you could just write down the energy, which is a scalar, not a vector, plug it into the Euler-Lagrange equation, and you get the right equation to motion, and you don't have to be a good physicist.
But for all its usefulness, the potential wasn't enough to help Lagrange solve the three-body problem. In 1887, mathematician Heinrich Bruns finally proved that the three-body problem is unsolvable. There are simply too many unknowns and no way to simplify the problem to reduce them. So the best we've got are computer simulations which compute the potentials from moment to moment and use that to predict how the system will evolve in time.
And so that's where we come to realize that the three-body problem is beautiful for what it's taught us, even though we now recognize that we can't actually solve for this exact problem as many folks had hoped to do. And in doing that, they merely gave us the machinery of modern mathematical physics. So I'm pretty happy they tried.
The potential helped simplify a wide array of problems. For many physicists, it even replaced forces as their primary tool. It became so useful that people started to wonder if other forces in nature might have a corresponding potential, starting with the electric force.
If you look at the formula for the electric force, you notice that it's remarkably similar to that for gravity, just with masses and charges swapped. In the 1810s, Simeon Denis Poisson, one of Lagrange's students, also noticed this similarity. And he realized that you can define an electric potential phi in a very similar way. But there is one important difference, and that is, while two masses can only attract, two charges can attract or repel. So now, with the potential, you don't only get pits, you also get hills.
But one force was much trickier to find the potential for, and that was the magnetic force. And that's because magnetism is a fundamentally different beast from the gravitational and electric force. Take a bar magnet. We can draw the magnetic field it produces. It looks something like this. Now, at first glance, this looks very similar to the electric scenario, where we have a positive and negative charge. But this picture doesn't look at what's going on inside the magnet. So if we reveal what's inside, then you see that these lines actually continue, but now they point from south to north. So magnetic field lines are actually loops. They don't have an origin or endpoint. And that fundamentally changes things. So physicists needed a new way to describe the magnetic potential.
The breakthrough came in the 1840s from an undergraduate student named William Thomson.
His day job as an undergraduate was to learn as much fancy calculus as possible, and then when he learned all that, he invented more.
Thomson found that the mathematics of his day was unable to describe the relationship between a magnetic field and its associated potential. So he came up with an entirely new function, a curl. To see how this works, imagine the arrows of this vector field are like currents in a liquid. If we were to place a paddle wheel right here, it would start to rotate rapidly counterclockwise. As Thomson defined it, this spot has high positive curl. At this spot, it would rotate clockwise, but not as rapidly, so it has lower negative curl. And here, the current pushes on it equally in both directions, so it wouldn't rotate at all. This spot has zero curl. Thomson realized that the magnetic vector field B could be defined as the curl of some other vector field, the magnetic vector potential A. Now, even though they're both vector fields, it turns out that A is often much easier to work with than the magnetic field itself, much like the other potentials V and phi.
Thomson was showing there was a kind of underlying mathematical structure one could use that would streamline the calculations, but even Thomson thought this was a kind of device, a helpful device, and not a substitute for like the real physics.
Decades later, Thomson was elevated to the House of Lords for his contributions to science, where he received a new title, Lord Kelvin. With Kelvin's latest addition, there were now 3 fundamental equations relating the potentials to their respective fields.
Thanks to each of these, you could now solve problems much easier. And so, ever since, professional physicists often use potentials instead of forces or fields to solve the problems they're working on. Potentials even show up in some of our best physical theories of the universe. But that raises an important question. If potentials pop up everywhere, then do they actually represent anything physical? That is, can they have a direct influence on reality? Well, to most physicists, the answer was a resounding no.
Take the gravitational potential of a single star, for example. Well, we could just add 10 to each value of the potential, and this would shift the overall landscape. But the change in landscape from one point to the next remains the exact same. So the field is the same as the one we had before, and the force an object would experience at any point would remain unchanged. In fact, we can add any constant, 10, 100, a million, and the field doesn't change. And so the forces an object would experience going around it also don't change. There are an infinite number of ways we could write the gravitational potential for any gravitational field and get the system to evolve in the same way.
And the same is true for electricity and magnetism. The value of the field, and thus the force, is fixed. But the value of the potential is arbitrary. So from this, most physicists concluded that potentials can possibly have any physical significance. It must just be a trick that makes the math easier. But most physicists might be wrong.
In 1942, 23-year-old David Bohm was hard at work on his thesis in particle physics, when one day he received an unexpected visit.
Robert Oppenheimer, who was David Bohm's PhD advisor, wanted to bring him squarely onto the new Manhattan Project efforts.
This was a life-changing opportunity. Bohm would be working side by side with some of the top minds in physics. But there was a problem. The project's military director, General Leslie Groves, had to approve Oppenheimer's recruits, and when he ran a background check on Bohm, he didn't like what he saw.
He briefly joined the American branch of the Communist Party when he was in California. By his own recollections, he quit pretty quickly because he got bored. He said, these people just sit around talking all day and don't do anything.
Even so, Groves deemed Bohm a security risk and banned him from working on the Manhattan Project. But things got even worse.
Just as he was about to finish his dissertation in Berkeley, the topic was then classified. He did not have clearance, so he couldn't even work on or even write up his own dissertation. So Oppenheimer had to certify that Bohm had done good work, and in 1943, in wartime, that was sufficient for Bohm to actually get a PhD.
After the war, Bohm became an assistant professor at Princeton University. But fear surrounding his communist sympathies followed him wherever he went. In 1949, he was brought before the House Un-American Activities Committee for questioning. While Bohm was under investigation, Princeton let his professorship lapse, and even after he was acquitted, the university refused to reinstate him. It seemed that Bohm was destined for obscurity. And so, Oppenheimer gave him a firm recommendation: leave the country and start fresh somewhere else. Oppenheimer was no stranger to political persecution, and he didn't want Bohm to suffer the same fate. So Bohm took the advice. His journeys brought him to Brazil and then Israel. And though he was free from the political pressures he had felt in America, he still found himself an outcast. Many of Bohm's academic peers were put off by his more unorthodox ideas, including his radical interpretation of quantum mechanics and his new theory of human consciousness. But there was one student who was enthralled by Bohm's approach, and that was Yakir Aharonov.
He was, first of all, extremely bright, and also very nice personality. So it was beautiful to interact with him.
When Bohm relocated once more, this time moving to the University of Bristol in England, Aharonov chose to come with him. And it was there in Bristol in the 1950s that Aharonov and Bohm stumbled upon something huge.
For a long time, I was thinking more deeply about the interpretation of quantum mechanics. It wasn't to solve any problem, it was just curiosity.
According to quantum mechanics, at the smallest scales, particles behave like waves. And this behavior is governed by the Schrödinger equation. The solution to this equation is called the wave function psi. If you take its modulus squared, you get the probability density of finding a particle at a given point at a given time. The left side of this equation tells you how the wave function changes over time and space. And the right side tells you that this change depends on h, what is known as the Hamiltonian. It's basically just the total energy of the system.
In the case where we have both an electric and magnetic potential, the solution to the Schrödinger equation looks something like this, where this is just a constant, and this term describes the complex phase. It looks complicated, but it's actually quite easy to get a feel for it. So let's plot it in 2 dimensions for an electron moving to the right.
The different colors here represent the different phases, and you can see how the phase evolves over time and space. Thank you to Richard Beheal for inspiring this approach. Now, if you look closely at the original phase term, you see A and phi, the magnetic and electric potentials. So watch what happens if we add a magnetic vector potential that points in the same direction as the electron is traveling. You can see that the wave stretches out, so now the phase changes more slowly over space than it did before. And
hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today's video is a full-blown roller coaster. 4 sovereign citizens, 4 different judges, and 4 escalating levels of absolute courtroom chaos. Every encounter gets more unhinged than the last, and I promise you are not prepared for just how wild this lineup becomes. We're kicking things off in Florida with our first sovereign citizen of the day, so grab your seat, buckle up, and let's dive headfirst into the madness.
State your name, sir.
Mr. Fox, before the court trial of possession paraphernalia and a no valid driver's license. You understand the charges?
You understand what you're charged with?
No?
No.
No. He doesn't understand. Allegedly, you had methamphetamine on or about your person, and allegedly, it may have been contained within something that qualifies, aka a clear plastic bag, that qualifies as paraphernalia in the state of Florida. And allegedly, you were operating a motor vehicle without allegedly having a driver's license. You understand that?
I understand the driver's license, yes, sir.
Okay, well,
Possession.
I didn't say it was yours. Did I say it was yours? I said you've been charged with.
Right.
Nobody's asking if you did it. I'm just asking if you understand what the charge is. Yes or no?
No, sir.
Okay, then we'll bring you back tomorrow when you understand.
I was hoping I'm not from this state. I mean this county. If I can just resolve everything today.
You got a parole hold. You wouldn't get out anyway.
You got nowhere to go, man. So, do you understand the charges against you or not?
I understand they charging me with it, yes, sir.
That's all you got. See how easy that is? I don't know why do we have to go back and forth
It's
about
not
it?
easy when you're in my shoes, sir.
It's easy. It's a yes or no question. Do you understand?
When you're in my shoes, sir.
It's easy to. It's a yes or no question. Do you understand?
I don't agree to the contract.
Nobody's asking you to admit to anything. I just need to make sure you understand the charge.
I'm a private citizen, sir.
I'm shocked.
Under UCC bubbles.
Oh, UCC? Oh, I love it. A sovereign. Golly Moses, I love those.
I've got to say, this judge is easily one of my all-time favorites to cover. The moment he steps into frame, you know something good is coming. He's sharp, effortlessly entertaining, and always ready with the perfect response to whatever brand of chaos a sovereign citizen decides to unleash. Watching him dismantle the nonsense with calm precision is half the fun. And today's moment is absolutely no exception.
Mr. Fox, crap in one hand, hope in the other, and see if that helps. Onset at 5,000 on the meth, 1,000 on paraphernalia, 500 on the driver's license, which oddly enough, the Supreme Court said you do.
为了让你们看看我们面对的是多么 大家为了让你们看看我们面对的是多么……大家好，我是 Mutahar。这个文件来自司法部网站，这是爱泼斯坦文件泄露中的一份真实文件。为了让你们看看我们面对的是多么草率的政府。
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached it. There is Chinese Mutahar. You know, occasionally from time to time, I'll start my videos like I'll switch to a different language, like मैं हिंदी बोलना शुरू करूँगा और बहुत लोगों को समझ में नहीं आएगा मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ. But ladies and gentlemen, to give you an idea, it's actually kind of like a weird brain fart to switch languages that fast. But yeah, you know, obviously I'm not fluent in Chinese, ladies and gentlemen. Now, apparently that was me speaking Mandarin. Now, normally I wouldn't just make a video on this, but surprisingly, I was a little bit blown away by how good the actual translation is. Now, to give you an idea, I have turned off all dubbing and translation on my YouTube channel. For like half a year, everyone was complaining like, Muta, I live in like Italy, and suddenly there's an Italian woman talking in her voice, dubbing you over, which is really weird because not only does YouTube or like a lot of these auto dubbers get the fucking gender wrong for the most part, but it just is so out of place. Now, surprisingly, I actually sent this video over from Billy over to a friend of mine that can speak Mandarin, and apparently it turns out that it's actually like roughly 80 to 90% accurate, which isn't bad for an actual translation. Now, I didn't know this, but apparently on Billy, they've been cloning YouTubers. So, like, CoffeeZilla has been cloned, Asmongold has been cloned, Charlie has been cloned. Pretty much everyone has been cloned on this site. Now, I decided to go into Billy and just see what the fuck is going on, and I knew about Billy's existence. I've talked about it before, but to give you an idea, you know, the last time I saw myself here, some guy took Call of Duty 4 on the DS from me and decided to upload that on the channel, on Billy for a lot of the Chinese people to watch. For some reason, you got all these Chinese players who are just like, damn, I want to see this fat Indian guy play some COD 4 on the DS. Yeah. And I can't really read what they're writing here, but to give you an idea, Stan Getz, who apparently is level 5, actually, let me just translate that. What did he say? First time playing. It is my first time playing. Now, of course, obviously, since then, things have been pretty much quiet on the Billy front, but from time to time, they'll upload a bunch of videos, and specifically, I guess the Epstein stuff has been really an interest to the entire world because obviously, why not? Because it's such an insane story that is developing as time goes on. I do also have, unfortunately, another Epstein video, and I say unfortunately because I'm looking into it, but it seems like our own federal government might actually be distributing CSAM material. I mean, congratulations, guys. You can't do any arrests, but God knows you can keep victimizing the shit out of the people that don't need to be victimized any longer. Anyways, that's a whole different tangent. Probably we'll talk about it tomorrow or the day after. But anyways, right over here, this guy uploads this video for me talking about the Epstein files. Now, I want to listen to it a little bit closer because it is surprisingly good. Listen to this.
大家好，我是 Mutahar。这个文件来自司法部网站，这是爱泼斯坦文件泄露中的一份真实文件。为了让你们看看我们面对的是多么草率的政府工作，多么糟糕的政府掩盖，这是第203行到第206行的编辑遮挡部分。那么
Did I just say panchot? Like, what the For anyone that doesn't know, panchot is like a Hindi slur. Like, actually, I think it's Punjabi. It's like sister fucker or something. I don't know why. Every slur in South Asia has something to do with your sister. They just replace the mom with the sister at this point. Don't ask me why. I don't really know. It just exists. Obviously, the cadence and talk is actually quite interesting. So I want to listen a little bit more to this, just because it's that wild.
你要怎么去除遮挡某些行呢？如果我告诉你这些东西的编辑遮挡做得如此不专业，以至于像我这样的人可以直接高亮所有这些文本，对吧？点击按复制，在我的电脑上打开一个文本编辑器，然后就在这里粘贴出来，让任何人都能读。还记得这里第203行全部涂黑。
You know what's insane about it too is like I thought this was gonna be like a dub of me. It was gonna sound like some random Asian guy. But you know what's funny is like they actually got like kind of like my accent, my vocal pattern. Like it almost feels like I learned Chinese and started speaking it. Now it's obviously not perfect, but I feel like it's just so weird in the world of AI because I think they're starting to match
vocal inflections pretty goddamn well. So, you know, I might be I might be washed, boys. There might be an AI Muda that exists pretty goddamn soon. You can just prompt them to make any fucking video you want to. That is insane to see. So, of course, obviously, this was uploaded sometime at the end of last year, and this is just sort of something that keeps going on. Now, thankfully, I wanted to look a little bit deeper into this, and surprisingly, the Chinese people over here have given an exact example of the technology they used to apparently dub us. So apparently right here, this GitHub link leads to something known as UDub Web UI. So I decided to go over here, and unfortunately, I just couldn't get this working simply because when you're dealing with a lot of these like Git projects, everything sort of works, but then they run into like issues where like a certain program or a certain feature set stops. And sure, I could go through dependency hell and fix this, but ultimately, I'm not going to, simply due to the fact that I have no interest in recreating this and connecting to things like OpenAI and contributing furthermore to this. I don't really know about this, but apparently it's so easy that you can run these Git projects and you can go down over here and it basically tells you how it works. So for instance, it just downloads videos for you. So apparently you just give a video URL to YouTube, it downloads through like a downloader tool or whatever. Don't know if I can exactly name it. Then it actually throws your video into something known as Whisper. And for anybody that doesn't know what Whisper is actually it's actually a automatic speech recognition tool. I think it actually goes through OpenAI, but you can actually run it separately where like you throw in your audio and it just like transcribes. And once they transcribe it, they translate it, and then they throw it back into this tool, which uses an AI TTS to recreate the audio pretty goddamn synthetically. So yeah, we're at a point, ladies and gentlemen, that pretty soon, with at least some level of decent video generation, and I talked about it like probably a week ago, but there's video generation models that a lot of these Chinese organizations are working at, where like video coherence can probably last for up to like 10 minutes at some point. But I would say that, you know, generating a video of a fat Indian guy talking and having lip movements like match whatever they feed is not far off, okay? It really is not far off. We're getting to a point where impersonation on the internet is gonna get pretty goddamn wild. But yeah, you know, before anybody goes, but Muda, can't you take this video down? First off, I really, don't want to, because I think for a lot of people in China, they actually might be enjoying the videos, and especially when it comes to reporting on shit regarding Epstein, I'd rather my videos reach every single person out there, okay? Honestly, if you could auto-dub this shit in the most, like, obscure languages and lead this on for the world, I wouldn't even mind it, okay? Honestly, I'd be interested listening to other languages than me, like Russian Muda, apparently using the same vocal inflections and patterns that I have. Now, of course, obviously, I made an account on Bilibili just so I could read some of the comments in the video. just so I could see what these Chinese people were saying about it, okay? If they were either talking shit or if they were actually being supportive. I don't want to freak people out, but the moment you open Bilibili's application, it just straight up is NSFW pornography, okay? So, do not recommend you get it. Okay? It seems like Chinese YouTube does not care about any adult material on the platform. But then again, neither did YouTube when Naked Yoga. Do not recommend you get it. Freak people out, but the moment you open Bilibili's application, it just straight up is NSFW pornography, okay? So, do not recommend you get it. Okay? It seems like Chinese YouTube does not care about any adult material on the platform. But then again, neither did YouTube when Naked Yoga was a thing for a while. I love these comments, dude. Billy level 5 writes, after all, this is the loyal team where even the Minister of Education can misread AI as A1. Yes, the number one. Bro, they're just roasting America here, dude. God damn. Here's another commenter. There are still righteous people in the Ministry of Justice. I think this might be a translation thing. They might be talking about the DOJ and it just auto-translates to the Ministry of Justice. Here's the other one. Damn, this editor could even work for the government. I don't know what that necessarily means, but this user from Beijing could either be shitting on me or whatever. Here's the last one. Was it intentional or accidental? Of course, like slap on the face emoji. So yeah, you got some commenters, and apparently you can send things like Dan Moo, which I imagine is a currency. So whoever's out there earning money on it, I don't really give a shit, but it is definitely wild to see how insane the AI slop world has become. Where it just keeps getting better. Like, there's one thing that somebody has always said. There's like one saying. It's like the shittiest AI that releases. That's the shittiest it's gonna be until it eventually starts like mimicking and matching human inflections so well to the point that I feel like most of the viewers watching will probably not give a shit regardless of it. As angry as anybody is going to be, regardless of like YouTube's push or any media like companies push towards like artificial intelligence slop on the platform, one day it's just going to get so good that most of the world will just be okay with it. So enjoy the last bit of humans you'll find on the internet, because I'm pretty sure down the road, most of the influencers we see, the talking heads you'll see, will never actually be a living talking head. It'll just exist as ones and zeros. Now, the only other platform that I actually do use as sort of an archive and like a mirror is Odyssey. So if you don't necessarily like YouTube, there is obviously Odyssey.com, where I do stripe my content and upload it so people can watch it on an alternative platform, but definitely am not on Bilibili. It's just so wild to see. Now, of course, obviously, with this kind of technology, the amount of shit that it consumes, the resources, it's a lot, okay? Even looking at older projects like, for instance, Zonos, for anybody that doesn't know this, with just 10 to 30 seconds of audio, literally according to them, if you have a 10 to 30 second sample, and so far, I've been recording for, like 11 minutes? You have all this audio sample. Grab that, throw it into these tools, have it learn, and then you can just spit out in real time actual voice patterns. And as long as you have like an RTX 4090 or above, which, yeah, granted, that's a pretty wildly massive card. But, for somebody that, God forbid, wants to do like scamming or whatever, right? Having something like this that's super duper high end is honestly the only thing that like freaks me out entirely. Like, just imagine using tools like this that sound nearly identical to the person, and then using it to like log into things like banks for whatever. Like, you guys may not know this, but like banks in Canada have this weird feature where like the moment you call into them and like talk for a little bit, they like auto verify you based on your voice print. And obviously there's like other factors, but what freaks me out is like, wait a minute, if this stuff gets so good, what's going to happen when somebody just grabs an audio sample of me and starts talking to the bank? Probably shouldn't have told you guys this, but it's all the things that keep running through my head, right? But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Chinese Muda is here. Chinese Muda has been cloned to existence, and he's being uploaded on Bilibili. I have really no control over this. And, it's not like I can get a fucking Chinese lawyer and get it taken down, because I'm pretty sure Chinese law isn't for this. But honestly, as far as transcribing stuff, it goes. However, that said, I don't think we're far off. We're like in 6 months to a year, Chinese Muda or Chinese Coffeezilla or Chinese Asmongold will actually be like created, like an actual AI reproduction of it, and then they'll just be making videos specifically catering to the Chinese audience. This, ladies and gentlemen, is just nothing more than the beginning. An artificial intelligence slop will constantly invade the entire platform. That said, I think this was specifically interesting because, for the first time, it does blow my mind that I can actually hear my voice relatively close. Like, it actually sounds as if I had learned the Chinese language. Like, I learned Mandarin and I just started like spitting it out. And surprisingly, it is decently accurate enough to the point that at least the Chinese people are being educated about the Epstein stuff. Now, I'm going to keep my eyes on this. Maybe this shit might be a recurring character in our little internet bubble. But for now, it's just another internet horror that I feel like is worth seeing, Not to say that, dubs haven't existed of me or whatever. Like, people do take videos and like dub them around. It's just for the first time, it's surprisingly gotten that good. So yeah, I guess at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe I butchered that, but ladies and gentlemen, at least I put an honest effort into it. You know what? AI Chinese Muda is here, and it's about every bit as scary as I expected, man. Goddamn. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you enjoyed today's little video. We had a little bit of a laugh. Hopefully you learned something. Hopefully you saw just the tech.
Gentlemen. Percent.
Either way it is. It's up to even an OnlyFans lady only appeals to like 50% of the population that likes pussy.
Yeah.
This is a real loser topic. You're
Yeah.
appealing to human jealousy?
Yeah.
That's been around since since they invented the wheel. Of course,
think it's
your
before
post
the
is
wheel.
gonna blow up. It's a bunch of other losers coping
Yep.
at the same time, all
Yep.
together. It's like a party.
Absolutely. And that's it. And the other reason why is that you have to keep in mind that once you understand that most hate on the internet is actually self-therapy in disguise, everything else begins to make a lot more sense. So basically, the reason why people like the idea of tearing down Peanut is because he's a person who's built his success as something that is totally intrinsic to his own personality. There's nobody who can say that, oh, well, I can't afford an expensive VTuber rig. Oh, I'm not a girl. Oh, I'm not an attractive woman, so I can't do it with a webcam. Oh, I'm not a very good, I'm not a very good video game player. There is nothing that is holding anybody back from being the next Burnt Peanut. And that's the reason why they hate him. They hate him because he represents their own mediocrity. Because every single person deep down inside knows that they could probably do what Burnt Peanut is doing in terms of function, right? There's no barrier to entry preventing them from making a Burnt Peanut style VTuber model and then streaming Arc Raiders. But why is it that he's successful and they're not? Well, they have to come up with a reason for that that removes their own accountability from the equation. And what is that equation? Viewbotting. Or variable, I guess. What is that variable? It's viewbotting. That's it. And once you understand the psychology of Twitter haters, everything else makes sense.
How it works. I mean, come on. I mean, is there
motion, yeah.
anything lower? Is there anything lower? Jesus.
Oops.
Anyways, is there anything lower? Is there anything lower? Jesus Christ. I'm telling you, is there anything lower? Let me expand on that. Again, I hate to be unhumble. I hate it. But guys, we switched to Brazilian servers.
Somebody says you and Burnt Peanut are very talented to yap for hours. No. Yapping for hours is not an intrinsic talent. Like, for example, there are women who are just very attractive. Like, it's spawn RNG whether a woman has big boobs or not, right? I mean, it is. It's spawn RNG. So if you're a woman and you're born and you're ugly, you have an innate biological disadvantage. This is an insurmountable innate biological disadvantage. There will always be things that, attractive women will have an opportunity to do that you will never have an opportunity to do because of straight up spawn RNG. That's the way it is. And so all women are beautiful? Sure, right? And so anyway, my point is that, and this is the same with guys too, obviously, like with height, for example. Like if you're a 5'2" guy, your life, you spawned on hard mode. You spawned in Fortnite and you opened up a chest and it was a gray pistol. Actually, it wasn't. It was ammo for a gray pistol. That's it. That's all you got. Oh, and maybe you got one of the dancing bombs too. And that's it. That's all you get. And so, at least I'm 6 foot, exactly. And so there are all of these RNG elements. And so what people on Twitter like to do is they like to attribute their lack of success to RNG elements in life and then blame those RNG elements. What people on Twitter like to do is they like to attribute their lack of success to RNG elements in life. So there are all of these RNG elements. And so what people on Twitter like to do is they like to attribute their lack of success to RNG elements in life and then blame those RNG elements instead of the things that they can control. That's my point.
switch to European servers. We switched to a server called Oceanic.
the
I don't even know what
difference.
the fuck that means. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. I can't find a single fucker on any continent on this planet that doesn't know who we are.
There it is.
And you're saying I view button. Sorry, I had to get on humble right there. I'm so sorry.
Yep.
I'm so sorry. I had to.
It's obvious. It's obvious. I think it's 100% view botting now. Retards, bro. Retards. Well, I'm going to say you're view botting. I'm right or you're lying. Okay. Great talk. Good conversation. Very productive. Retards. Well, I'm going to say you're view botting. I'm right or you're lying. Okay. Great talk. Good conversation. Very productive. And so anyway, but Talent is under Spawn RNG. What are they doing just to cope? I'm confused. Talent is not always Spawn RNG. Talent is something, and also Talent is something that is manifested and it's also refined. So for example, like you can look at videos that I did when I was like 15 or so. They're not as good as the videos that I do now. At least I'd hope so. I'd hope people would feel that way. You can look at videos I did maybe 10 years ago. I don't think that in a lot of cases they're as good as what I do now. And so as time goes on, you improve. I think that even you can look at other streamers, right? Look at the content that, you know, a lot of us were making in 2018 and compare it to now. I think in a lot of cases we've improved. We have. And things have gotten better overall. And so, you're 26? No. I was 26 a long time ago. And anyone followed Arc Raiders? Streamer Wars? Said he ruined the game because of his fans and now he's a view botter? Yeah, definitely. Personally, I think the guy's loud and annoying and in for a very young audience, but hating on him for his achieved fame is really retarded. Not everybody is gonna... Not everybody... Every streamer is for everybody. Not every streamer is for everybody, and that's fine. I mean, there are a lot of streamers that are popular that I don't really like either. I'm not going to give names because I don't want to encourage hate for them. But in a general sense, I think that's true. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think the problem, though, is whenever you take your disagreement or dislike with a certain streamer, and then you basically say, okay, well, I don't like this person for this reason. Now nobody can. Now nobody should have this opinion. And I think that's the toxic thing, and that's the problem. Here's the reality. A lot of people that are watching old Burnt Peanut, they're sitting there with their dick in their hand, and he's on the second monitor. That's really what's going on. They're not thinking about that. He's streaming at 4 in the morning. Do you think all these people, like all the Australians, are trying to type up a little storm? Absolutely not. They're sitting there chilled the fuck out. Like anytime I'm streaming late at night, I'll tell you something. Late night streaming is something special because you can just sit there and like nobody gives a fuck about anything. Barely anybody is typing. Like you are just like fucking chilling. And the fact is, that's the way it is. Stream Elements, yeah, Stream Elements, replies, etc. So yeah, he's doing pretty well. Now, is there some view botting that could be happening? I think that with a lot of streamers, there is a chance that view botting is occurring. But I don't think that with Burnt Peanut that it's occurring to a degree that is substantial. So I'm going to pull it up here, right? Twitch tracker. So this is the way you can find out whether somebody's popping off or not. So where is he here? There he is. There's a fucker. All right, popping off or not. So where is he here? There he is. There's a fucker. All right, probably too common. Yeah, sure. So you can see he's gaining 1,000 followers an hour. This is an incredibly, like, gaining 1,000 followers an hour is an incredibly high. And also keep in mind here, he started in February. He had 13 viewers. Now he was building up, right? And you saw here he's building up. And then right here, this is whenever he had his pop off and he started doing really, really well. So this is, and he was streaming in 2022, insane spike. No, the reality is this is what happens for a lot of guys. It is. Like he popped off really with Arc Raiders. He got really popular with one game. And a lot of people like watching him play Arc Raiders. And why is that? It's because he's entertaining. And so you look at right here, all of these follower accounts. You don't get these follower accounts if you are view botting, unless you think that he's also follow botting. But if he's also follow botting, that means that he's follow botting on a consistent, regular basis all of the time. Now, he hit streamer puberty. Well, this is what, yeah, no, unironically, that's what happens. And if you look at, for example, he's got motion. Yeah, he does. He's doing really well. Now, if I look at, for example, myself, now I'll look at myself. We'll see how I'm doing. So I'll pull up maybe like, let's say there's this stream or this stream or this stream. So you can see this is what a normal graph looks like. You can see, obviously, I'm not getting anywhere near that type of followers, but you can see that the green bars are about the same. And you'll see again, the green bars are again about the same. So you can see this again and again. This is somebody did follow bot me right here. And this is what I wanted to show you guys. So a couple of days ago, I did get follow botted for 1,000 followers. This happened. This is what follow botting looks like. This is it. My bad? Yeah, dude, you've got to make it less obvious next time, man. Like, if you don't do this again, you're not getting the Bitcoin next time. I'm not sending it. This is fucked up. You're making me look like an asshole. So anyway, I was talking about something else. It was about a pizza. No, actually not about a pizza delivery. It's about a barbecue chicken delivery, of course. And so anyway, so we've got, obviously a lot of people right here. You can see very, very clearly. You've got tons of people that are following over time, but that's what a follow bot looks like. And we saw that with Hassan's graphs as well, because people have follow botted him also. And so you can see right here, here's another one. You can see very, very clearly. And another one right here, and another one right here. So what you can look at right here is that Burnt Peanut, his graphs numerically are different, but organizationally are the same. That's it. That's what's going on. And so anyway, what's a follow bot? Someone as a bot to follow your channel. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Wasn't Peanut on the OTK streamer thing? I have no idea if he was or not. I wasn't really involved. So my point is, though, is that is Burnt Peanut view botting? Let's look at his YouTube channel. Let's pull this up. The Burnt. So he has 1.4 million subscribers. He's releasing videos that are getting 300,000 views right here. And these are unique videos. These aren't his live broadcasts. You can see that his live broadcasts are also getting about 1 million viewers. And this is pretty average for YouTube. I think you can easily say that. So let's go ahead and let's look at the points on the graph, okay? Streams on YouTube are very high. Streams on Twitch are very high. Subscribers on YouTube are very high. Subscribers on Twitch are very high. Followers on YouTube are very high. Well, I guess followers, subscribers, followers on Twitch are very high. What is this? I think it's just motion. He gets 3K viewers on Kick? Yeah. He probably never promotes it. And also, Kick isn't a gaming. Like, the reason why I get a lot of viewers on Kick, there's a lot of reasons why I get a lot of viewers on Kick. But at the end of the day, jealousy's a bitch. That's it. He streams on Kick and X? Yeah, definitely. Is this popularity? Yeah, he's doing really well. Like, I don't see how anybody's surprised by this. Now, so the dude is a view botter. No way he randomly comes out of nowhere. Now, I want to pull up a few other guys, okay? Who else popped off? How the fuck do you spell Jinxie's name? What the fuck does that even mean? So actually, I'll just look at channels. Where's Jinxie? It's not Jinxie. It's Queso. Oh, look at Queso. Queso, same thing. Are people calling Queso view-botted? No. Look at Queso. Queso had the same pop-off that Burnt Peanut did. You see that? You see this? Wow, look at that. And now let's look at Jinxie. Look at this. Damn, bruh. Damn, bro, it's almost like the same thing. What the hell is this? What the fuck is going on here? Pirate Software popped off pretty fast too, didn't he? Let's take a look at that. Damn, bro, like, wow, damn, look at that. That's a pop-off. Look at this. And so you can see somebody else. And now we're going to pull up some other people. Who else we got? Let's look at XQC whenever he popped off. Damn, bro, wow, it's the same thing 5 years ago. Oh, shit. Damn, it's almost the same thing. Let's look at my old channel. Let's pull this up. Damn, bro, look at that. It's the same thing. Look at that. I popped off just like this, and I took a break. And then I popped off again and again and again. And so is everybody in the history of streaming all botting all the time? You can check Peanut on Google Trends. Dude's popping off. Yeah. And so what my point is that you get a hose mad situation with this individual. This is a hose mad situation because you don't know how to read a graph. You don't know what a graph is. I do. I know what a graph is. And I take this. What happened to your old channel anyway? We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that at all. So let's see. There's somebody, some idiot typing in chat, some bullshit. Not everyone, but there's definitely some view botting. There is view botting. There is. Let's look at Kai. Why don't we take a look at old Kai? Kai Sinat. Kai Sinat. How's he doing? Damn, that's crazy. Damn, wow. So look at this here. Look at this. See, he's popping off. Look at this. See? And he had a few really big pop-off months like this, right? I mean, look how big this is. So Kai's popped off. Popped the fuck off. Yeah, well, that was his one big stream, right? I mean, this fucks up the graph, to be honest with you. This is a bad example. I'm not going to use this example. Let's look at Hassan. See how Hassan's doing. How's he doing? Same thing. Same fucking thing. So let's get this straight. Burnt Peanut has the same graph as Hassan, me, XQC, Jinxie, Queso. Who else did I pull up? Pirate Software. And I think one other dude, I forgot who it was. But for some reason, when he pops off and now he's making a name for himself, now he's succeeding, now he's basically putting himself on the map, you got people trying to tear him down. In my opinion, I think this is just jealous ass bitches. That's all there is to it. So, Asmon, you deleted a FaZe talent. So I did delete, so somebody said that I deleted a FaZe Connect streamer. I want to say that the accusations are indeed accurate. So let me go back. I'll pull this up. Since we're talking about streamer drama, let's just go ahead and go to the next one. For anybody who actually has a girlfriend or a wife, let me explain what this is. So FaZe Connect is a VTuber org. And VTubers are like anime girls that are streamers, okay? And so one of the anime girl streamers said that Minecraft, who did an event that was basically trying to talk about, I guess, like civil rights and stuff like that, what the Minecraft event really did is that basically they were trying to launder the good reputation of, you know, like figures like Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King. They were trying to launder the good reputation of those historical figures through the current reputation of the animals in Minnesota that are running wild and terrorizing everybody in the name of stopping ice. And this is very, very pretty much they set the stage for this at the beginning of the event, right? So what the stolen valor, exactly, right? So they take the good virtue of the civil rights movement, which was something for a righteous cause, and then they try to falsely equate themselves to it and say, well, this is what we were doing back then. And so they're trying to create a parallel there. And so one of the different people in FaZe Connect said that, why are we talking about politics in a block game like Minecraft? Why are we doing this? And so a lot of people got upset about this. And by a lot of people, I mean a handful of people got upset about this. And as a result of that, FaZe Connect then went and put out this statement saying that, you know, they are against racism, hatred, or bigotry, and that they apologize for any issues that were taken. Follow an internal review. So they made this girl take down her comments, and they implied that her comments were racist. So after that, obviously everybody got really angry about this because there was another person inside of this same org. Her name was Clara, and she was actually celebrating Charlie Kirk being killed. But nothing ever happened with her. And I brought this up. I talked about it yesterday. I did. And now she's graduating. I told you guys I cared about education. See? Now I understand? Yes. And so Clara, and I don't think whataboutism, no. I don't care about that. I don't care about your Reddit. You're like, oh, but what about my Reddit word? What about my Reddit word? I don't care about that. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, at the end of the day, what that girl said about Minecraft was right. She said something that was accurate, right, and true. There was nothing wrong with what she said. Now, you can say people should disagree with it, and you can say that she's wrong. But what she said was there's nothing wrong with what she said. Meanwhile, this disgusting bitch goes around celebrating that Charlie Kirk got killed for nothing. He got killed for nothing. He wasn't doing anything. He was just sitting there talking. And so why is it that that person wasn't removed, but this person got, basically chastised and publicly, made fun of for this? Well, guess what? Now she's graduating. So a graduation post, people might not understand. This is another vocabulary thing. Graduation means that she's getting fired. It means that her IP, or not, I don't know about IP, but like her character is now no longer a part of FaZe Connect. So she effectively got kicked out. So that's it. That's left-leaning bias. The rules aren't being enforced evenly. Well, I mean, again, like you know my viewpoint on all this stuff, right? And thank you for always supporting FaZe Connect. Calamari Clara will graduate from FaZe Connect on 2/26/2/28. So this is at the end of the month, and she'll be concluding her regular activities on both YouTube and Twitter. And so there it is. Social media accounts will become inactive. Her and her channel will remain available for 30 days. So she is getting gamaged. Don't insult Calamari, bro. Well, I apologize, okay? Maybe I said it the wrong way. But, yeah, something like that. And so that's what happened. Rip Bozo, yep, that's right. Back to McDonald's, sending them all back. And she said this was in talks already, but it was one hell of a timing. It was in talks already? Well, I mean, how about that? All's well that ends well. Now, I also think that they should delete this post about the other girl, Jelly, because this post about her implies that she's a racist. It implies that this girl, Jelly, made a comment that was racist, bigoted, or hate. It was a hate-filled comment. She did nothing of the sort. She did not say anything that was racist, that was motivated by hatred or bigotry at all. And by making a statement as a response to this, you are now tying her name to a slanderous accusation that's made by people who are just doing that because they don't like the fact that their political ideology is being challenged. You're effectively being a vehicle for these people to further malign, slander, and misrepresent your own talent, and you're being used as a vehicle for that. They should delete this post too. That's what I think they should do. Could she sue? I don't think so at all. Oh, you see Pippa unfollowed you? Well, I don't know. I mean, and look, guys, people, anybody in FaZe Connect that's unhappy about what I'm saying, I'm right. Like, I'm right. Like, this isn't, like, I can understand, like, don't shoot the messenger here. Like, I'm just doing my job. Okay, this is my job. This is what I do. So I don't know if Pippa was upset about it or not. I have no idea. But what matters to me is making sure that I'm being fair, right? I am being fair. And don't go away, Matt. Yeah, and I can see why she would be upset about it because I did target her work and I get it. But I mean, I think that there's something larger at work here. And I think that, again, over time, people will realize that what I'm saying here is the morally correct thing to do. This is the morally correct and right thing to do. And at the end of the day, I can make sure, I can know that I did the right thing. They say you doxed a VTuber? Well, I don't think I did. Yeah, I don't think I did. It was on Twitter. It was on Twitter. Everybody knew about this. Yeah, I just looked it up. It was the first result on Twitter. It's like I'm posting her fucking address. What's this? Yeah. Like, I don't doubt Pippo unfollow you, a manager unfollow you. I don't, it's not a big deal. I don't have any ill will towards Pippo. Like, that's fine. And I can understand that people like that, you know, they'll feel like they're being attacked. I get it, right? Like, I'm the kind of guy, like, listen, I used to be in a Warcraft guild. I was a raid leader, and there were a lot of times where I had to hold people accountable and I had to do things that I didn't really want to do. Like, this is the reason why I don't like covering drama with friends of mine, and it's also the reason why I never liked raiding with my friends. I never like making decisions with people that I feel like I'm emotionally attached to, because then that's going to affect my objective good decision making. And so that's it. Well, General, yes, everything goes back to WoW. Everything goes back every single time. And so that's really it. Literally, what's this here? Show is still following you, type in a search bar? Well, I don't know about that. I mean, again, I don't have any opinion on that. I don't want to bring that up. I have no idea. So never go into business with family. Yes, definitely. You defend a Pippo when she was in a similar position. Well, I don't know what happened. My point is, though, I think they should delete this post, because this post is a misrepresentation, and it's a deliberate misrepresentation by people with ill will and bad intentions. And it is it is the result of that bad intentions. So that's the way I see it. And I'm glad to see this happen. I'm glad to see this girl suffer consequences, and I hope it gets worse. I think that people like her are parasites. I think they're awful people. And I think that you should do everything that you can to remind them of that fact on a regular basis. That's really the way I see it. I don't like them at all. And you know, like raiding with friends, then wasn't that what friends are for, playing together? I don't like having to make tough decisions with people that I care about. I already have to do that enough in my own real life. Just I'm already thrown into situations like that, personally, right? Like, think about all the dramas that we had with OTK. Do you think I wanted to deal with any of that? I hated that. I hated that so much. And the reason why is because, but again, like, these were all my friends, right? These people I cared about. I really cared about these people. Like, if people were over at my house, like, I would call them regularly, I'd talk to them regularly. I don't want to have to do that. So why would I willingly sign up for another one of those experiences? I never would. So that's it. And I'm a very non-confrontational person. I don't like to do that at all. How long until Hololive's doing a VTuber company running at a profit? Well, I don't know if they're running at a profit or not. It's hard to say. But yeah. And raiding with friends equals still clearing heroic after 4 months? Yeah, definitely. Never shit where you eat, exactly. Easy, choosing a side at least. I don't like to do that. Would you ever have a do-over with the OTK situation? I'll talk about that just for a minute. Now, I've said this before. It's not a new thing. I mean this in no form of exaggeration. Starting OTK was the most profound and largest mistake that I have ever made in my entire life. Yep, it was. It was the biggest mistake I have ever made in my whole life. And a lot of the reasons for that are personal reasons that you don't even know. That's the truth. Like, there were things that were very problematic and bad, and biggest mistake. No, and like what? I will give one example, but I don't want to give any more examples because they're personal and it's not part of the. It's not like, you know, I tell you guys a lot about me, but there are things that I reserve. So basically, for one of the reasons why I kind of kept streaming on a regular basis was because we had different contract obligations, right? We had different obligations to sponsors. We had different obligations to brands and things like that. And in the process of that, I neglected a relationship that I had. I was actually going to move in with this girl and, you know, like actually probably get married to her. And I ended up not doing any of that because I felt like I had to continue, you know, working in the best interest of, you know, that group. And so, like, that's probably the main one. Or not, I don't know if it's the main one, right? I mean, there's like more like 4 or 5 of these, right? I would say. But like that's the first one. And it was a big mistake. What was his name? Listen, bro. Everybody fucks up, right? It is what it is. Listen, that's all I'm saying. No, guys. You made plus 50%? You think so? And so anyway, that's one example, right? And, you know, again, I'm not going to blame, and also I'm not going to completely blame OTK on that, but I am going to say that if that wasn't a factor, things would have happened totally differently. Things would have been completely different, because also a lot of the stress and everything that I was dealing with from that made it harder for me to, you know, like have a relationship. So yeah, that was about it. Going back to this, FaZe Connect should delete this post. They should be embarrassed that they caved to these losers. And at the end of the day, I am so happy and so glad. Pippa unfollowed Ask. Oh, jeez, I don't even know about this. Fucking scum. Listen, no hate on Pippa. I don't know what happened. I have no idea. I don't want to have any hostility or any hate to anybody. She's a very nice girl. I don't know what happened. I don't even know if it's true. So don't worry about it.
Здравейте, уважаеми приятели на най-великия подкаст. Днес имаме един неприятен епизод, след като през последните дни стана ясно, че е нещо като епидемия да има престъпления срещу човешкото достоинство. Едно от най-сериозните престъпления, които може би са ставали известни в България. Буквално стотици оплаквания от жени основно, които са снимани без тяхно знание в козметични центрове и, забележете, в акушеро-гинекологични кабинети. При мен е Панайот Стоянов, който е съпруг на една от жертвите на това престъпление. Вие ме потърсихте, тъй като сте участвали в Нова телевизия и предполагам, че сте дали едно така сравнително дълго интервю, но в репортажа, който беше в централната емисия новини, има много малко от вашите изказвания и от изказванията на съпругата ви, която също е тук, но по обясними причини в момента не иска да коментира. Ако искате, първо да пусна репортажа и след това да кажете какъв беше.
Welcome to Audit the Court, where we explore the legal nuance surrounding trials, hearings, and legal proceedings. In today's episode, we're heading back to the Harris County Criminal Court in Houston, Texas, to once again review some probable cause hearings decided by Judge David Fleischer. In each of these cases, Judge Fleischer decided that there was not enough evidence to support the criminal charges brought against the defendants. This episode is part of an ongoing series dedicated to helping our viewers better understand how probable cause plays out in an actual courtroom, especially when decided by a reasonable and impartial judge. Let us know if there are any probable cause cases you'd like to see included in this series in the comments down below. And with that said, let's get started with our first hearing. On February 21st, 2025, Edward Love Jr. and Edward Love III were charged with evading arrest or detention based on allegations that they ran away when approached by a police officer. A probable cause hearing was held on February 28th in Judge Fleischer's courtroom.
You ready? Good morning. Happy Friday. Michael Love, come up.
It's two, Michael Love and Michael Love Jr.
Oh, really?
Junior and third.
Okay, Michael Love Jr. and Senior, come on up. Who's Junior? And you are? The third. The third. Gentlemen, both of you are charged with evading arrest or detention. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you. Okay.
On February 20th, 2025, officers dispatched to First Baptist Church. A caller stated that a white pickup truck parked behind the Baptist Church and two Hispanic males exited the truck and were walking around the property. The officer arrived on scene and observed one of the ground level windows opened and a window air conditioner unit pushed in on the inside of the building. The officers then observed two Hispanic males exit the doors on the west side of the building. The defendants then turn and look at the officers and then run in the opposite direction for approximately 30 yards to C Street, run an additional 20 yards to First Street, and then turn and run an additional 30 to 40 yards. Due to the circumstances of the incidents indicating this was possible burglary progress, with fleeing suspects who could have been armed, the officers drew their duty pistol and gave defendant Love Jr. several commands to get on the ground and allow him time to comply. He disregarded the command, so the officer took Defendant Love Jr. to the ground. Defendant Love III ran around the building and then subsequently followed commands to lay on the ground. They were both detained. Defendant Love Jr. stated that they panicked, so they ran. The officer stated, "You looked right at me and knew I was a cop, but you still ran," to which the defendant stated, "I know, bro, it wasn't the right thing to do, sir."
Your Honor.
They look at the cop and they run.
Yes, Your Honor.
Cops never tell them to stop.
Exactly.
And what are they doing wrong? I guess, I mean, what is this, Minority Report? You know what I mean?
I don't have anything additional to say.
Guys, be careful. You know what I mean? How old are you, sir?
18.
You gotta be careful, man. When you start racking up convictions, doesn't get easier, man. It gets so much more difficult. And the more convictions you rack up, you're only 18, man. Life doesn't get easier. You get bigger, fatter, you lose hair. It doesn't get easier. And the more convictions you get, the worse you make life. Life is all about money. And if you have money, then life is great. And you only get it with one thing. This or this. Hard work or knowledge. Going around picking up cases, that's not the right way. Don't pollute. Do you understand? Sir. I'm going to find no probable cause on both of your cases.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Take a seat.
Judge Fleischer determines that there is no probable cause to support the charges against the Loves for evading arrest or detention under Section 38.04 of the Texas Penal Code, which makes it an offense to intentionally flee from a peace officer who is lawfully attempting to arrest or detain an individual. The statute requires that the person know that the pursuer is a police officer who is actively attempting to detain them, typically communicated through a clear directive to stop or otherwise submit to authority. Now, because neither Mr. Love Jr. nor Mr. Love III was ordered to stop by the officer, this essential element of intentional flight from a lawful detention was never triggered, and the statute would not apply in the absence of a communicated attempt to detain. Accordingly, the state dismissed the charges on the same day. Before we continue the interaction, I want to give a big thanks to today's sponsor, Free Cash. If you're anything like me, you've probably seen 1,000 make money online claims and tuned them all out. So when I tried Free Cash, I treated it like an experiment. Does this actually pay, and is it a pain to use? Free Cash is a website where you earn real money for doing simple online tasks like answering surveys, trying out apps, or playing games. For every task you complete, you get coins, and those coins can be cashed out to PayPal, crypto, or gift cards once you hit the threshold. No mystery system, no points you can't use, it's just straight value that you can actually withdraw. What I like is the flexibility. You can scroll through offers and pick what fits you: games, surveys, or other promos. If you're already the type of person who's on your phone at night anyway, this lets you turn that time into a little extra cash instead of just doom scrolling. And because I'm skeptical by default, I paid attention to the trust side of it. Free Cash is sitting at about 4.8 stars on Trustpilot, with thousands of positive reviews behind it. They also make the cash out process very transparent. You can see your balance, choose how you want to withdraw, and actually watch it leave the site and hit your chosen payout method. That transparency goes a long way for me. If you want to give Free Cash a try, then use my link on screen and in the description below, or scan the QR code on screen now. This might not set you up for retirement, but if you're going to be on your phone anyway, you might as well get paid for it. Thanks again to Free Cash for sponsoring today's episode. The next probable cause hearing we will cover in this episode took place on April 14th, 2025, after Nicholas Kubler was charged with second offense driving while intoxicated on April 11th.
So I had a guy charged with a felony that was arraigned this morning, but he's on your docket later in the week, and I was hoping just to get it done so we can.
Of course, let's do it.
Okay.
Do you have the cause number?
I do, 255-9578. He's already got conditions from Judge Simons. Where'd he go?
Judge Simons.
Yeah.
Okay.
Judge D. Simons. And so it's my understanding there's no alcohol. He's got a device also already, I think, or at least we can double check.
All right, sir. You are Mr. Kubler.
Kubler, yes, sir.
Kubler. Mr. Kubler, you're charged with driving while intoxicated, second offense. You are facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. I see. So that he's also charged with abandonment. Is it out of the same transaction?
Yeah, we had a long discussion with him this morning.
I don't know anything about it. Let's find out what's going on, please.
On April 11th, 2025, an officer was dispatched to an unknown incident or accident, and noticed a vehicle, a pickup truck, illegally parked in the front yard of the residence. There were fresh tires, skid marks, a broken wheel, and axle visibly appeared to be damaged from the Ram truck to a legally parked red Jeep Compass. The law enforcement officer made contact with pulling it, and then it said the damage to the Jeep was probably $5,000. The defendant admitted to driving the truck. Was later identified. The officer also made contact with the real witness, who said that he witnessed the defendant in the white truck in the driver's seat behind the wheel and observed him exit the vehicle from the driver's side door. Upon exiting the vehicle, the witness observed he was not stumbling, and then the witness observed slurred speech and strong odor of alcohol beverage emitting from the defendant's breath and person. The defendant also admitted that he was trying to flee the scene and go home, but his vehicle was stolen. The officer made contact with the defendant, who was detained, and noticed a strong odor of alcoholic beverage. The officer then conducted a standardized field sobriety test, where he witnessed, sorry, Your Honor, the DIMS leaves off and does not show the standardized field sobriety test results. The officer asked the defendant his intoxication level. The defendant said he was at a 6 out of 10. The defendant said he does not believe it was safe to operate his motor vehicle at this level of intoxication, but had an 11-year-old passenger.
He did not.
I'm sorry, he did not. He did not. I apologize. We just a moment to see if I can.
Judge, I'm going to tell you that's kind of where the DWI investigation stops. The first response that I have is that no field sobriety tests were performed. It also, the credibility of the wheel witness was never discussed in the DIMS, whether the officer found them credible and reliable, etc. So I really can't make a lot of sense out of.
It's like the DIMS you're reading these like going through a drive-through, man. I mean, really, who's writing the reports?
Yes, Your Honor.
Over and over and over. I mean, really.
Trying to see if I can find anything else.
Case after case, we're just.
So, Judge, things don't say it. Don't say or is the results of those van revealed sobriety tests, and we do not have an officer.
How on earth am I supposed to find probable cause when Mickey Mouse is writing these reports?
I don't say. I don't know why it's not in the DIMS. Obviously, we didn't write it in here. We represent what is written in there, and so I understand your frustration. I'm highly frustrated.
Mr. Kubler, I'm going to find no probable cause in your case. Don't kill anyone. You know, every single day on the news, how many people die in our county because of a DWI? How many? Every single day. We lead the nation in alcohol-related collisions and fatalities because of boneheaded moves that are made day in, day out. Now, this is not to say that they may not indict this case at a later time, but be whatever, just don't kill someone, please. Take a seat for me, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks.
Judge Fleischer enters a finding of no probable cause based on deficiencies of allegations in the so-called DIMS report. A DIMS, D-I-M-S, short for the District Attorney Intake Management System, is the report that's generated when a police officer electronically submits criminal charges for a warrantless arrest to the Harris County District Attorney's Office. According to the DIMS manual, the report includes a summary of facts that provides the details of the offense, which is then relied upon by the District Attorney's Office to show probable cause. Here, Judge Fleischer concluded that the DIMS report from the arresting officer did not include enough evidence to provide probable cause to support the charge. However, on May 23, 2025, a new complaint stemming from the same arrest was filed, charging Mr. Kubler with felony third-time driving while intoxicated after a second prior DWI conviction was identified. On May 27th, the original charge of second offense DWI was dismissed, while, as of the date of writing this episode, the felony charge remains pending. Our next probable cause hearing occurred on April 4th, 2025, after Jonathan Serna was charged on March 29th with interference with public duties. Officers executing an arrest warrant for a felony murder suspect outside Mr. Serna's home alleged that he refused their command to remain outside while they secured the area, resulting in his arrest and the criminal charge.
All right, Judge, next is case 21, Serna, Jonathan.
Good morning, Mr. Serna. Sir, you're charged with interference with the duties of a public servant. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent Anything you say can and will be used against you, sir. Yes, sir.
On March 28th, 2025, an officer was in the process of serving a capital murder warrant on a suspect in Harris County, Texas. While conducting a felony stop, the defendant, who was identified by his Texas ID card, pulled up on the officer's perimeter, got out of their motor vehicle and began walking to the residence where the murder suspect was. The officer's supervisor ordered the defendant to stop and stay right there. The defendant refused and continued to ignore officers while walking towards the residence. The officer supervisor ordered the defendant to step back multiple times and then grabbed the defendant and took him to the ground.
Him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was he the capital murder suspect?
No, Your Honor.
I live there. Stop. Oh, sorry.
I believe that they were in the process of serving a warrant on someone else at the residence, and that's when they came in contact with the defendant.
Okay.
Ordered him to stop. He refused. James stopped going towards the residence. Your Honor.
Did it serve the warrant? What ended up happening?
Looks like after refusing commands, there was a brief struggle where he was detained.
Was the murder suspect there?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. It does not say. I have no further facts that show if the warrant was, if service was complete on the warrant or not, Your Honor, or completed at the time. I just believe they were in the process and believed him to be at the residence. And that's been this incident.
Read it again, if you don't mind.
Yes, Your Honor. On March 28, 2025, the law enforcement officer and Squad 5 of the Houston Police Department's Gang Division served a capital murder warrant for a suspect observed inside a truck at a nearby residence. While conducting a felony stop, the defendant, who is identified by his Texas ID card, pulled up on the perimeter, got out of the vehicle, walked to the sidewalk, and began walking to the residence where the murder suspect was. The supervisor then ordered the defendant to stop and to stay right there. The defendant refused and continued ignoring officers and walking towards the residence. The supervisor ordered him to step back multiple times, but the defendant was once again ignored the officers. The law enforcement officer grabbed the defendant and made them bounce and ground.
Okay, so now, but when you first started, you said they were going to a capital murder suspect in a car.
Yes, Your Honor. That's what. So I was originally reading the summary, and I'm going straight from the DEMS now, Your Honor. It looks like the suspect was observed inside a truck at a nearby residence.
So the suspect is not even in the residence. No.
Then they later state that the defendant here was walking towards the residence where the murder suspect was. I'm not sure, Your Honor.
I find no problem causing your case. Just be careful, man. When you get into a pissing match with,
I understand.
who's gonna win?
They are. I understand.
No.
Yes, sir.
All right. Hand.
All right. Sit down.
Please.
Judge Fleischer determines that there is no probable cause to support the charge of interference with public duties. Under Section 38.15 of the Texas Penal Code, an individual commits the offense of interference with public duties by interrupting, disrupting, impeding, or interfering with a peace officer performing a lawful duty. While failing to comply with a law enforcement officer's instruction pertaining to physical conduct can constitute a violation of this statute under some circumstances, the command must be lawful, and the refusal to comply with the command must actually interfere with the police officer's performance of their duties. Here, the officers were focused on a suspect outside the residence, and Mr. Serna, who was not the target of the warrant, did not threaten, obstruct, or physically interfere with their movements. Although the officers instructed him to stay outside, the evidence did not suggest that his attempt to enter his own home created a safety risk or meaningfully disrupted the arrest operation. Without evidence that his behavior actually impeded the officer's duties, Judge Fleischer concluded that his conduct did not satisfy the statutory requirements for interference. Therefore, the state dismissed the charge against him the same day that Judge Fleischer found no probable cause. Our final hearing of this episode took place on April 25th, 2025, after Joseph Ramirez was charged with DWI on April 18th.
The council's approaching for page 15.
Okay.
Ramirez, Joseph.
Hi, Frank. How are you? You ready? Come on. All right. Good morning, Mr. Ramirez. Sir, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. On April 17, 2025, in Harris County, Texas, an officer observed a pickup truck change lanes without using a turn signal. The officer observed the vehicle change lanes twice prior to initiating the traffic stop. The officer approached and observed the defendant to be the driver and sole occupant of the vehicle. The officer noted a strong odor of alcoholic beverage emitting from the defendant. The defendant was ID'd by his Texas driver's license. The defendant stated that he did not know how to provide proof of financial responsibility. As the defendant responded to the officer's questions, the officer noted an odor of alcoholic beverage emitting from the defendant's breath. Standard field sobriety tests were conducted. A 6 out of 6 was reported on the HGN, and the defendant stated that he could not perform the walk and turn or the one-legged stand. The DIC was read, and the defendant refused to provide breath or blood voluntarily. A blood warrant was obtained, and the defendant's blood was drawn.
Yeah, may I respond?
Please.
Okay, first of all, Judge, it's not on there for some reason, but the reason he told the officer he can't do it because he had surgery to his back and to his knee. He can't do it. Secondly, there's no mention of any slurred speech, no bloodshot eyes, no swaying.
I mean, I was actually thinking about that as well. All you have is an odor of alcohol. There's no accident. It's just a turn. All we have is an odor of alcohol. Is there anything else? The odor alone is insufficient.
No, he was coming from a tattoo shop and the police officer asked him, is he alcoholic because of the tattoo?
Is he what?
He just had a tattoo put on. That's the odor of alcohol.
Come on, man.
I'm just saying. I mean, that the officer actually asked him that question.
What are the little alcohol that you put on your skin? You're telling me that?
I don't know how it works, Judge. I've never had a tattoo.
You're killing me. You're killing me, Smalls.
Your Honor, the law enforcement officer does state in the DIMS that there is a distinct odor of an alcoholic beverage emanating from the defendant's breath as he spoke. But that's all we have before he initiated the standardized post-mortem test.
Okay, that's not enough. All right, I'm going to find no probable cause in your case, Mr. Mears. You know, we have enough death on our streets now. You know, $40. One button will get you a car wherever you want to go in this life. You know what I mean? Yes, sir. Use it. All right, please.
Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
Judge Fleischer concluded that there was no probable cause for the DWI charge because the only evidence that the officer had before conducting field sobriety testing was the alleged smell of alcohol on Mr. Ramirez's breath. Unlike a number of other states, Texas law requires police officers to have reasonable suspicion that a driver has committed an intoxication offense in order to request field sobriety testing. Because the DWI statute only prohibits driving while intoxicated, not driving after consuming any amount of alcohol, Judge Fleischer determined that the odor of alcohol alone was not enough to provide the officer with reasonable suspicion to require field sobriety testing, as there was no evidence that demonstrated that Mr. Ramirez was actually intoxicated. Case law and Article 38.23 of the Texas Code Criminal Procedure requires evidence that a police officer obtains through a constitutional violation, such as requiring field sobriety testing without reasonable suspicion, to be suppressed. Accordingly, because the results of the field sobriety testing and subsequent blood draw could not be considered, Judge Fleischer decided that there was no probable cause for the arrest, and the state dismissed the DWI charge the same day. At the end of the day, these hearings illustrate how essential it is for courts to act as a constitutional checkpoint in the criminal process. In each case that we reviewed, Judge Fleischer adhered to the basic principle that probable cause cannot rest on assumptions, incomplete narratives, or statutory elements that the state simply failed to establish. Whether officers neglected to communicate a lawful order, omitted critical facts from a DIMS report, misapplied statutes, or relied on evidence obtained through an unlawful extension of a traffic stop, the result was the same. The Constitution required more evidence than what the state presented. These rulings reinforce that probable cause is not a mere formality, but a meaningful safeguard against unjustified arrests, and that every charge, no matter how minor or routine, must be supported by competent evidence that satisfies the law. Judge Fleischer's decisions in these cases remind us that the rights of the accused do not yield to convenience, and that judicial oversight remains one of the most important protections built into our legal system. Let us know if there is a case or courtroom interaction that you'd like us to explore in the comments down below. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe so that we can help foster a more informed society. And thanks again On May 19th, 2025, prosecutors filed a criminal complaint for assault or assault and battery against 33-year-old Alexis Brown in the 14A District Court in Washtenaw County, Michigan. Ms. Brown was ordered to appear for an arraignment and pre-trial hearing scheduled for June 18th, 2025. Ms. Brown did not appear in court, and a so-called show cause hearing was scheduled for July 2nd, 2025. However, Ms. Brown also did not appear for the show cause hearing, and a warrant was issued for her arrest. Ms. Brown was taken into custody, and on July 14th, 2025, she appeared in court for her arraignment. Because she had not made bond, Ms. Brown remained in custody after probable cause was found at the arraignment. On July 17th, 2025, the Washtenaw County Office of Public Defender entered an appearance to represent Ms. Brown as her defense counsel. On the date of the hearing, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perrine was available to represent Ms. Brown, but she declined her assistance, choosing to represent herself instead.
Court calls the case of the People versus Alexis Brown.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perrine on behalf, well, not on behalf of Ms. Brown. We are the attorney of record on this case. When I did meet with Ms. Brown, she informed me she wants to represent herself.
Your name?
Alexis Brown.
All right. Is that correct that you want to represent yourself?
Yes, it is.
So in this matter, Ms. Brown, I do have to inform you that the complaint in this case alleges that on or about June 8, 2024, location of 3001 Woodland Hills Drive in Pittsfield, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, that you did commit the offense of assault and or assault and battery against a Latasha Browning. Do you understand what you're charged with?
Yes, I do.
That is a misdemeanor, punishable by 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. Do you understand the maximum penalties?
Yes, I do.
There are certain things that are fraught in self-representation in terms of understanding the Michigan court rules and in terms of the court procedure. You would need to understand that if you would like to represent yourself, that you would be held to the same standard as any other attorney.
Mm-hmm.
The court will not be assisting you in any fashion whatsoever. You understand that?
Okay, so the time that I served, don't that counts for the 93 days?
I'm sorry?
The time that I served already, don't that counts for the 93 days?
I don't know how much time you
I served 30 days already.
and if you serve 30 days, it may count. I'm trying to look at what your bond is on this case. What do you have a bond?
And then no contact with the victim as well.
And the monetary amount? 5,000, 10%, then it should count. Yes, ma'am.
And so I have a question. So when I was arrested, I wasn't actually told my rights. So ain't that against the law that you wasn't heard your rights when you arrested me? Well, not you, but the officer.
I cannot.
You can't do nothing about it right now?
I
All right, I just want to state that.
I can't answer that.
I just want to state it.
All right.
Okay.
Stated.
It's on record, right?
Ms. Brown asks if her arrest was illegal because she was not read her rights, and Judge Simpson informs her that he cannot answer that question for her. Contrary to common belief, an arrest is not unlawful simply because officers do not recite the so-called Miranda rights at the time of the arrest. In the 1966 case of Miranda versus Arizona, the Supreme Court established a narrower rule. Before conducting a so-called custodial interrogation, meaning questioning while the suspect is in police custody, officers must inform the suspect of the right to remain silent and the right to counsel. If officers fail to give these warnings, the arrest itself remains valid. However, any statements the defendant makes during a so-called unmirandized custodial interrogation may be suppressed, meaning that the statements cannot be admitted as evidence in later court proceedings. Now, despite the fact that Ms. Brown appeared to be mistaken in her understanding of the law, Judge Simpson was unable to answer her question, as it would exceed his role as a judge and provide an unfair advantage to Ms. Brown. Canon 3 of the Michigan Code of Judicial Conduct requires judges to perform their duties impartially and to avoid conduct that could create an appearance of bias. The canon also acknowledges that judges may make quote-unquote reasonable efforts to help self-represented litigants understand the proceedings and have a fair opportunity to be heard. At the same time, the canon cautions that these efforts must not give self-represented litigants an unfair advantage or compromise the judge's neutrality neutrality. Because of this limitation, judges may explain procedure, but they cannot provide substantive legal advice. In Ms. Brown's case, had Judge Simpson answered her Miranda rights question, he would have crossed that line into advising her on the law, which is a role that's reserved for attorneys, not judges. Accordingly, providing such advice could reasonably be viewed as inconsistent with the impartiality required under the Code of Judicial Conduct.
So,
Okay.
what do you want this set for, ma'am?
I mean, Your Honor, we have no offer at this time.
Do you want it set for a trial, ma'am?
Sure, I guess. I guess
You want a jury trial or a non-jury trial?
it doesn't really matter.
Well, you've got to make a decision, ma'am.
If it gotta go to trial, then it gotta go to trial.
Okay. Do you want a jury trial or not?
It doesn't matter.
You have to make a decision, ma'am.
It could have a jury. Fine. That's fine with me.
Judge Simpson requires Ms. Brown to decide whether she wants a jury or non-jury trial, and a final settlement conference and jury trial are scheduled. In the 1968 case of Duncan versus Louisiana, the Supreme Court ruled that the Sixth Amendment guarantees the right to a jury trial to criminal defendants in so-called serious criminal cases. 2 years later, in the 1970 case of Baldwin versus New York, the court clarified that a so-called serious crime is one where the possible sentence exceeds 6 months in jail. Therefore, for 93-day misdemeanors, like the charge against Ms. Brown, the federal constitution would not require a jury trial. But on the other hand, Article 1, Section 20 of the Michigan Constitution states that in every criminal prosecution, including offenses punishable by less than 6 months imprisonment, the accused has the right to a jury trial. This is a broader guarantee than the federal standard and would apply to the charge against Ms. Brown. However, even though the right to a jury trial is protected, under Section 763.3 of the Michigan compiled laws, a criminal defendant has the option to voluntarily waive their right to a jury trial and opt for a bench trial, where a judge decides the case. Here, only Ms. Brown could waive her right to a jury trial, which explains why Judge Simpson could not decide for her, and why Ms. Brown ultimately chose here to exercise her right to a jury trial.
Jury final settlement conference in this matter will be set for 17th, 2025 at 9 a.m. Jury selection in this matter, October 20th, 2025 at 8:30. Both of those proceedings are in person. Thank you.
So am I free to go? So why am I not free to go? If she just said she ain't got a bond,
Pardon?
why am I not free to go? Why do I gotta serve time when I'm not even?
You have a bond on the case, ma'am.
So if I get my money, I can get out. But she just said it was no bond.
Post bond, you can get out.
So I'd rather post bond. So where do I go from here?
You need to post the bond.
Okay, what's the bond? Cause you just asked her the same thing. Cause she said
5%.
it's $500.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'd rather post bond. Where do I go from there?
And you can go post bond.
Okay, thank you.
It's your fault, parenting. Your fault. You just like suckered me into that. You got up there and then just said, well, we're the attorney of record, but
Oh, we're starting off the morning with a series of bad decisions already. This is wonderful.
yeah, I know, but they're all by Kearney. The whole McDonald's thing and then this. And... Okay, let's try this one.
As of the date of writing this episode, Ms. Brown's case remains open, with the settlement conference scheduled for October 17th, 2025, and jury selection scheduled to begin on October 20th. Court records also show that she has yet to post bond. The second proceeding in today's episode was held in the courtroom of Judge Kristen D. Simmons in the 54A District Court in Lansing, Michigan. On February 20th, 2025, Judge Simmons entered a judgment evicting tenants Chase Carson and Amanda Wilson and ordering them to pay their former landlord $9,890.08. Mr. Carson and Ms. Wilson did not pay the judgment, and the landlord's attorney, Jessica Larson, attempted to garnish their wages and bank accounts. However, these efforts largely failed, as the landlord did not have their current bank and employment information. And on August 19th, 2025, a so-called debtor's exam, which is a court-ordered proceeding allowing a judgment creditor to question the debtor about their finances under oath, was scheduled for a virtual hearing.
Mr. Carson, you can remove your hat. This is the court proceeding. Today was the date scheduled for a discovery or a debtor's examination. Were you able to complete your exam?
No, Your Honor. Mr. Carson refused to answer any of my questions. He said he's not going to play games with me.
What games are being played, Mr. Carson?
Well, Your Honor, when I was previously there, I received a verdict by you that I believe to be emotionally charged due to your frustration with my inability to complete the tasks of a lawyer. I attempted to get a lawyer through the system. They denied me. I had to show up last minute unprepared, and things didn't go my way. So I figured, I do the process. I'll try to appeal it. I go downstairs and I'm told I have to pay $200 and some to even have a chance to get a fair trial or verdict. I'm having one individual who was emotionally charged at the time decide what has to happen with me instead of a jury of my peers. And now I'm being told I have to produce all my financial statements, documents, vehicles, titles, all this. And I have no interest, time, or energy to continue this charade. I've lost several days of labor.
Let me stop you because I'm just getting updated on this case. This was a landlord-tenant hearing that I presided over. Did you demand a jury trial?
I'm sorry?
Did you make a demand for jury trial in the landlord-tenant?
I requested, yes.
You made was there a demand on this?
In written, I didn't put anything in writing. I did request the trial. I went downstairs and asked what my rights are, and they said to proceed any further past your decision, I had to pay $200 and some to even try. I did not have the money at the time, nor would I have it.
But sir, I asked you to let me get caught up. I'm trying to see if you have filed a jury demand. Let me also be clear. I don't make decisions because I'm emotionally charged.
You
No, Don't talk over me. Don't talk over me. Just because I won't let you run my courtroom does not mean that I am emotionally charged. There's order that will be set in the courtroom and you will not talk over people. You will present the evidence. I'm absolutely fair and impartial, and you then have the right to appeal my decision. Just because you disagree with the decision doesn't make it impartial, okay? And if you don't follow, there's rules in place that I don't set as to how you file such appeal. If the clerk's office told you what you needed to file to move forward with the appeal, then that's what you needed to do. But I'm going to make it clear on my record that I don't make, and I did not make a decision in this case based on any emotions. I have no reason to be emotional about your eviction, sir. I'm not being evicted. So if you keep talking over me, this is probably what you did the last time. It's try to cut me off. Yeah, and you're shaking your head. So that's not me being emotionally charged. That's me not allowing you to run my courtroom. You don't talk over people. You have a question.
Yes, I was just speaking and you cut me off, but I'll let I
run the courtroom.
Okay, I understand.
Did you notice that?
May I finish, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Okay. At the time of the last proceeding, I interrupted you. I apologize. But the second or third interruption, you stopped me in the middle of my sentence and awarded them the decision. You know what? You were like, you know what? Decision for them. You didn't specify why. It was just an emotionally charged because you were frustrated with my inability to complete the tasks of a paid lawyer.
I have evictions every single week, and the majority of my evictions are people who do not have attorneys. I don't know if you know that. Over 75% of our cases do not have attorneys representing them. I do not get frustrated with your inability to do the task of a lawyer. Where I will get frustrated and where I will not tolerate is if you think you're going to yell out or yell at the other party, yell at me, and you're going to act a fool in the courtroom, I will no longer allow you to be heard. Just because I cut you off and make a ruling does not mean that I ruled in their favor because I was frustrated with you. I was going to rule in their favor anyways because of the facts of the case. I was allowing you an opportunity to be heard. But when your opportunity to be heard becomes a hindrance to the procedure in the courtroom, then I have to terminate the hearing. And so if you want to proceed in any other manner, I don't know what your rights are now at this point as it relates to your right to appeal. You may have exhausted that time frame, but you're going to need to appear in person. I'm going to reset this since you refuse to comply with the court order to participate with the discovery proceeding. Because this is an official proceeding. This is not your option. You have to participate in the proceeding because you have a judgment against you and the plaintiff has the right to figure out how they can recover on that judgment.
Can we speak?
Do you understand that? Yes, you may.
Well, we tried to tell her, like, the funds, we can pay them. Like, we have no problem with that. We tried to tell her the same thing.
What is the past due amount?
It's roughly somewhere in the ballpark of $10,000 with interest, Your Honor. I asked him if they could make a payment in full, and he wanted to argue the merits of the judgment itself. I never heard an indication there would be a payment in full. If there's some sort of payment plan, I'm happy to discuss that once I get my questions answered, because they have made no efforts to make payment on this, never reached out. We've tried multiple different avenues for the information that we did have on where we thought they banked and where we thought they worked. So I would need answers to all of the debtors exam questions, and then I'm happy to work out a payment plan. In the event of a default, then I can pursue other arrangements.
Okay. Are you in a position to pay in full the past due amount?
I'd prefer a payment plan. I would like to see what the interest is and what the original charges are. I was never actually formally presented with any numbers, despite what she had just told you. Until we were physically served for this court date, I had heard nothing other than a couple of emails where they were denied requests to garnish.
Yeah, we haven't received.
That is literally the only thing pertaining to the case I have seen since I walked out of your courtroom, attempted to file for an appeal. Nothing other than a couple of emails where they were denied requests to garnish.
Yeah, we haven't received.
That is
anything.
literally the only thing pertaining to the case I have seen since I walked out of your courtroom, attempted to file for an appeal, and was told I had to physically come up with money to do so that I didn't have at the time. So I at no point was ever given a fair trial. I was given an opportunity to pay for one potentially, but I've received, like, the judgment is for, you gave them and rewarded them things they shouldn't have had. We weren't there.
If you disagree with the court's position, you have the right to appeal. You failed to do that. I also want to correct the record again. You did not properly file any demand for jury trial, although being advised on your first appearance of how you have the right to a trial and how to file such jury trial demand. You did not file a jury trial demand. So if you didn't get a trial, that was on you.
Judge Simmons informs Mr. Carson that if he wanted to argue the merits of the judgment, he should have filed an appeal. She also explains that if he wanted a jury trial, he needed to file a jury demand with the court. According to Rule 4.201 of the Michigan Court Rules, when a judge issues a judgment against a tenant in an eviction case, the tenant must file an appeal or a post-judgment motion within 10 days. To file an appeal, there is typically a so-called filing fee that must be paid to the court to compensate for the administrative services involved in the case, such as processing paperwork, managing the case docket, and scheduling hearings. So this is likely the quote-unquote $200-some that Mr. Carson referred to earlier in the hearing. Because Mr. Carson and Ms. Wilson did not file an appeal or post-judgment motion by this deadline, they lost their opportunity to challenge the decision, and it became final. Likewise, Rule 4.201 also states that if the defendant in an eviction case wants a jury trial, they must demand it orally at their first appearance in court or in writing within 5 days of being advised orally. It's that if the defendant in an eviction case wants a jury trial, they must demand it orally at their first appearance in court or in writing within 5 days of being advised of their right to a jury trial. Accordingly, because a proper jury demand was not made, Mr. Carson and Ms. Wilson forfeited their right to a jury trial.
Well, then I guess I misunderstood, and that goes back to me not being a lawyer and wishing that I had.
That does not go back to you being a lawyer. We made a video. We make a virtual presentation. It's a video that I play, and every courtroom in this court plays that video at the first appearance. Most of you all don't pay attention to the video. It tells you very clearly in very plain language. You have the right to a jury trial. You can make such demand for a jury trial, and it tells you how to do that. You don't need to be an attorney to do that.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm done.
Can she produce an actual number, or are we going off of what she thinks?
So I'm asking for what's in the judgment plus whatever interest is, and I haven't calculated it.
You wouldn't have calculated that before today?
You can do one of two things, sir, because I'm not gonna, the games that are being played, I do not believe are on the part of the plaintiff at this point. You can participate in good faith right now in the debtor's examination, provide the answers to the questions, which are under subpoena. You've been ordered to court for this purpose. Or I can reset this and order you to appear in person. If you fail to do that and to comply, then we have to proceed to a next step, which is a bench warrant. And I don't think you want a bench warrant over a civil matter. So it's in your best interest to comply. It sounds like she's willing to work with an installment payment order, but only after she gets the answers that she needs to figure out how they're going to recover on this debt. So how do you want to proceed?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I asked him if he had any of the documents there were, in addition to information, it was documents, plenty of documents that were asked for, and he indicated that he wasn't going to produce those. So I would ask him to appear in person with all of the documents. And I'd also ask that, Your Honor, that he return to a tone that is respectful. He has screamed expletives at me the last time we were here in court, and he's called me things today. And it's uncalled for and unnecessary.
I am absolutely clear that the emotional charging was not from the courtroom. I'm not going to allow you to berate anyone in this courtroom, nor will you disrespect me or the process. You can appear in person. I'm going to reset this date. You need to bring the documents that were ordered under the subpoena. If you fail to comply, the court will issue a bench warrant.
Your Honor, save yourself the time. Have her fax.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me what to do.
I'm
And
not.
don't tell me what to say.
Or my cat.
You instruct yourself.
I'll pay her
You
in full.
instruct yourself. You instruct yourself or you'll be in contempt of court. Okay?
Excuse me?
You control your own mouth. Don't tell me what to say. I've already given you an
No,
opportunity.
Your
I'm
Honor.
now resetting this. I'm now resetting this. You can appear in person. If you pay in full, then they can move forward to make sure that this removes off of my docket. But do not tell me what to do. I do not tolerate your tone. This is how we got here the last time. That might work with the lady sitting next to you, but you don't talk to me like that. Not in the court, not outside the court. Do you understand that?
I'll pay the balance.
Thank you.
My phone number is on all of the court paperwork. You can give me a call and I'll give you a number.
Give me a new date. September 4th at 1:30. September 4th at 1:30, you said? Yes, in person at the court. If you pays in full, you can provide evidence of that and have this removed from my docket. Any additional matters for the record?
No, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Save the
You're all
tax
set.
and money.
Sergeant, mute him and remove him from my courtroom before he's in contempt. Mute him and remove him from my courtroom before he's in contempt.
Judge Simmons rescheduled the hearing for September 4th, 2025, ordering Mr. Carson and Ms. Wilson to appear in person with the financial documents that Ms. Larson requested. Court records show that on the date of the scheduled proceeding, Ms. Larson filed a certificate of satisfied judgment, indicating that the judgment had been paid. Overall, these proceedings illustrate the risks of self-representation. In Ms. Brown's case, not only did she struggle to identify the hearing's purpose and what was required of her, she also appeared to believe that her arrest was unlawful because no one read her Miranda rights, when, in fact, Miranda rules limit the use of statements from custodial interrogation and do not, by themselves, invalidate an arrest. Judge Simpson could not answer Ms. Brown's legal questions. In fact, Miranda rules limit the use of statements from custodial interrogation and do not, by themselves, invalidate an arrest. Judge Simpson could not answer Ms. Brown's legal questions or steer her strategy, because judges may explain procedure, but they cannot provide substantive legal advice without compromising their impartiality. A defense attorney, on the other hand, could have clarified how Miranda works, determined whether any questioning was quote-unquote custodial, and, if appropriate, filed a motion to suppress any affected statements. Now, in Mr. Carson and Ms. Wilson's case, Mr. Carson in particular demonstrated a lack of knowledge regarding courtroom processes and the appropriate avenue for challenging the judgment against him. An attorney could have helped him maintain proper etiquette in the courtroom, understand the purpose of each proceeding, and meet the appeal deadline to challenge the judgment against him. The broader takeaway from this is that courtroom rules and remedies are technical, and proceeding without counsel heightens the risk of misunderstood rights, missed deadlines, and asking judges questions they are not permitted to answer. Let us know if there's a case or courtroom interaction that you'd like us to cover in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to subscribe and share so that we can help foster a more informed misunderstood rights, missed deadlines, and asking judges questions they are not permitted to answer. Let us know if there's a case or courtroom interaction that you'd like us to cover in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to subscribe and share so that we can help foster On March 14, 2024, defendant Duran Evans was charged in the 187th District Court of Bexar County, Texas, with assault on a family member by impeding breath. Mr. Evans was accused of a third-degree felony violation of Section 22.01 of the Texas Penal Code, which encompasses various assault offenses, including impeding the normal breathing or circulation of a family member by applying pressure to the person's throat or neck, or by blocking the person's nose or mouth. The case proceeded to a jury trial before Judge Stephanie Boyd, and on December 4th, 2025, defense counsel approached Judge Boyd with an evidentiary issue.
Yes, what's the discovery issue?
You know, there's a video, the first statement made by the complaining witness when she comes to the police office is recorded, and that was tendered in discovery. I was under the impression that it was one of the officers who made a report. All the officers I have in the police reports, I'm thinking it's one of them. We've subpoenaed them. We can talk to them about it. This morning, I asked for the officers that I thought it was, Ms. Caballero, Officer Caballero. Asked her, because she wrote the statement that she's the one that met them. So I said, here, will you have her review this 1 minute, 30-second body cam, just so we can.
So what's the issue?
issue is, she says, well, that's not me. It's these, I think it's these two other guys who mentioned nowhere in the reports. And in the video, she starts making a statement about what happened to those officers, and then it cuts off. So I don't know who those officers are. I don't know what that statement was. There's no way I can properly impeach her.
Well, that person, well, the statement is not going to come in until we have a hearing on it.
Well, my issue is that they've got officers they want to bring who heard a second version, a third version, a fourth version. They're saying that's not us that heard that first version that you saw on video that got cut off.
And they can't talk about that.
But how can they even talk about what she told them? Because I'm not able to impeach any of these witnesses if I don't have all of their statements that the state has. And I don't have the same knowledge that the police department has. Since they took these statements, that first statement might have tons of impeachment in it that I can use against Stanimir, that I can use against.
So why is everybody waiting till the last minute to talk about a first statement?
To the state's knowledge, there are no statements that have not been disclosed to defense. Everything has been documented in the report and been provided to defense.
So here's my question. Has the first statement been provided?
Yes.
So is the only issue that there needs to be an officer?
Hold on. What it is, Your Honor, is that the statement was stopped in the middle of the body cam video, the statement's done. So we were anticipating, thinking, because the impression that we got, it was from this one officer who was going to be testifying. So when we go to question her and we were asking her questions, it's basically saying, oh, that's not my body camera. That wasn't me. I don't know what happened at that point.
She didn't know what that statement.
So she doesn't know anything about that statement. So, and the statements have been changing throughout. So we want to see how far the statements have changed from statement number 1 to statement number 2 to statement number 3. If we're just finding out today that that statement number 1 wasn't even taken by the officers who we believed it to be, we can't properly impeach. If they can identify who that officer is, then we can bring them up and testify, well, what is it that she told you in statement number 1? But we can't even do that because they've not been identified to us. There's no supplemental reports by this person. And as you well know, in investigative processes, any officer that has any contact with a complaining witness and that complaining witness is making statements should, under proper investigatory standards, make a supplemental report so that we can know what's going on. We can't even say that today. So as far as the court's question as to why are we just finding this out right now, we just found out right now. This is not any bad conduct, and I'm not trying to impute any bad conduct on the DA at this point, but my point being is that this is something that should have been brought to our knowledge, and just hiding the ball and saying, well, we didn't think about it, we didn't know about it, that's insufficient. That's denying the client due process.
Here's my question. 1, how many statements were made?
At least 3.
One statement that they made initially to the officer. What they're referring to, this body cam that they have, there is no audio on this body cam itself. It cuts off. It's like a minute and something long. It's very short. If Your Honor would like to watch it, see there is no audio on it. Additionally, the statements were, as I was saying, to Officer Caballero, who is here present to testify. If there's follow-up done by the assigned detective. That was good.
So this is my question, and I want everybody to answer the questions that are being asked. First, is this a statement involving the complainant?
Yes.
All right, so how many statements is the complainant having, is attributed to the complainant?
Okay, are we referring to different times when the statement was made?
Just a total. Did this all happen in one sequence?
Of course it not.
All right, so here's the thing. I need one person at a time. And this is what I want to remind everybody. I cannot make a proper ruling if everybody wants to converse over each other. This is the information I need, and this is the information I want. And then you can all do your arguments afterwards. So the first statement, and I'll just call it first statement, and that was by the complainant. Who is the officer who took the first statement? All right, I'm gonna have y'all step back. Y'all discuss whatever y'all want to discuss, then you come back. But the jury is coming in like 5 minutes. And if y'all have not finished discussing it, then that means that you all don't want me to make a ruling on anything.
I want you to get it.
The defense attorneys raise a so-called discovery issue concerning certain body camera footage that captures the beginning of a statement made by the complainant to a police officer, noting that the identity of the officer whose body camera recorded the footage is unclear. The term discovery refers to the process by which the parties exchange information and evidence prior to trial so that each side can evaluate the facts and prepare its theory of the case. Discovery is especially critical in criminal cases because it ensures due process by requiring the state to disclose evidence within its control. Now, in Texas, the criminal discovery process is governed by Article 39.14 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, which requires the state to provide the defendant with copies of written or recorded witness statements of law enforcement officers. Here, Mr. Evans's defense attorneys appear concerned that an unidentified law enforcement officer may have taken a statement from the complainant and potentially prepared a written report or other documentation that was not produced in discovery. Because the defense's theory of the case focused on demonstrating that the complainant's account evolved and changed over time, identifying the officer who received the statement was critical to determining what questions were asked, what the complainant said, whether the statement was complete or interrupted, and whether additional recordings, reports, or notes existed that might reveal inconsistencies or omissions, particularly given that the body camera footage ended before most of the statement was recorded.
Yes.
All right. That's the first statement.
First time she tries to make a statement about this incident.
All right. And then the second statement?
Is when she goes to the police station and meets with Officer Caballero.
No, that's not correct. The second statement was made at the station to some mysterious police officer who had the body camera. And the body camera, as she starts to talk, it goes off. Now, the questions that we have is, what did she tell that officer, and why? And if we had that officer, to ask the officer, why did you feel the need to turn off your body camera?
Is there a statement?
So what is in their discovery, the video that they have is assigned to an Officer Kennedy. Reading on his supplement that they disagree, to me, it appears he is their live police department's version of like a UED. It's the person that essentially took the photographs, attached them to their, that's what his supplement looks like it reads. I mean, yes, it looks like when he was taking photographs, statements were given to him, but essentially his purpose of coming to the station was for that. And there may have been statements given to him while he's taking photographs. Is the only body cam exists that is this one that they have, where as soon as potentially audio comes about, it cuts.
And the point that we're making with that particular statement, Your Honor, is that through their own witness and evidence we got so far from discovery, is that there was another officer there, and the Officer Kennedy saying that wasn't my body camera. That mysterious person.
We thought it was going to be Officer Kennedy's. He's the only other person. Officer Caballero, when I asked her, well, why don't you take a look at this video before Kennedy gets here? She knows that's not Kennedy.
Let me ask you this. Are these officers here?
Yes.
Officer Caballero and Detective Jimenez are here.
Kennedy. Bring them down. And they will come down and you all talk to them. All right. Thank you.
Officer Kennedy, though, is not here, and that's the person that we wanted to talk to and find out who the other officer was.
All right. So both the defense and the state are going to speak with you briefly in the back. There is an issue concerning a body cam video and audio. And so there's been some discrepancy over who that might have been. So maybe you all will be able to clear that up for the defense and the state if there's any type of discrepancy. So that's the only thing they're going to ask you about, because now is not the time for people to do direct examination and cross-examination. It's just for them to discover an issue with a body cam. So supposedly, from what they're telling me, there was a body cam with the complainant in this case.
Yes.
The audio was cut off, and there's some confusion about whose body cam that belonged to. So you all may be able to clear that up for us. So if you all will talk to them in the, we have a waiting room there. If you'll talk to them and maybe we can discover who that is and then we'll proceed with trial. All right, thank you guys so much. You're welcome. State versus Duran Evans. Could I have parties announced for the record?
And Diego Sanchez for the state.
Sid Greehey for Mr. Evans.
Yes. So where are we?
So we discussed this with the two witnesses, the two officers in the back. The female officer gave two names. She thought that it might be a Corporal Reese or an Officer Brian Smith. The gentleman officer said that he thinks it sounds like Officer Kennedy. We just found out right now that Officer Kennedy was charged with aggravated assault by a public servant in this courthouse, being prosecuted by this district attorney's office, which we were not made aware of until just right now. He apparently pled out of the 226 on the 1st, which was Monday. He's sentenced for a PSI on the 28th of January. We're just finding this out.
The defense attorneys raise a separate disclosure issue involving Officer Kyle Kennedy, who may have recorded the body camera footage at issue and who was later charged with aggravated assault by a public servant, a fact that the prosecution did not disclose to the defense. In the 1963 case of Brady versus Maryland, the Supreme Court held that the Due Process Clause requires prosecutors to disclose material evidence favorable to the accused, including evidence that could reduce punishment, undermine the credibility of a state witness, or otherwise support an inference of innocence. This so-called Brady rule, however, is limited to evidence that is quote-unquote material, meaning there is a reasonable probability that the evidence would affect the outcome of the proceeding. Texas law imposes a broader obligation under Article 39.14 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, which creates an affirmative and ongoing duty for prosecutors to disclose any exculpatory, impeachment, or mitigating document, item, or information in the possession, custody, or control of the state that tends to negate the defendant's guilt or reduce the punishment for the charged offense. Unlike the Brady rule, this standard does not hinge on outcome determinative materiality. Instead, it requires disclosure of evidence that provides even a modest push toward proving or disproving a relevant fact. Well, viewed through that framework, there is a legitimate argument that the state was required to disclose the prosecution against Officer Kennedy as impeachment evidence.
You know, as far as our ethical obligation, when it comes to this, there's no obligation until a conviction of the officer has been determined, and his conviction will come, it looks like, in January, and at which point that would have been the state's responsibility to this ethical disclosure.
But shouldn't they have been made aware in the spirit of the law and what they should be told? That your witness?
Yes, and as soon as we became aware of it, it was disclosed.
I find it hard to believe that this district attorney's office is not aware of a person that they're prosecuting in the courtroom directly underneath this one.
Wasn't disclosed to 30 seconds.
All right, so here's the thing. Number one.
We still don't know who the officer was on the body cam.
Just 1 second. So number one, I do not find it hard to believe that these specific attorneys didn't know someone else was being prosecuted. Now, are they supposed to have constructive knowledge? That's completely different. But as far as them having actual knowledge that he was charged with an offense and that it is in this courthouse, necessarily they wouldn't have an actual knowledge of that. And how many prosecutors, when you're running criminal history, you actually run the criminal history of officers? That's usually never done. So I understand that constructively they should have known, or constructively they do know, but they didn't have actual knowledge. Did you have actual knowledge?
Did not.
All right. So he doesn't have actual knowledge, but he has constructive knowledge.
Your Honor.
All right.
Judge Boyd explains that although the prosecuting attorneys had quote unquote constructive knowledge of the case against Officer Kennedy, they did not have quote unquote actual knowledge of it. Now, this distinction reflects two different standards in Texas law governing prosecutorial disclosure obligations. So-called actual knowledge refers to information that the individual prosecutor personally knows, while so-called constructive knowledge refers to information that is legally imputed to the prosecuting attorney because it is known to other state actors, such as law enforcement agencies or other prosecutors. And this difference is significant because Article 39.14 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure imposes a disclosure duty based on evidence in the possession, custody, or control of the state as a whole, rather than on what a particular prosecutor happens to know at a given time. Under that statute, impeachment or exculpatory evidence held by any arm of the state, including other prosecutors, is treated as being within the state's control and must be disclosed regardless of the prosecutor's personal awareness. Now, by contrast, Rule 3.09 of the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct frames the ethical duty more narrowly, requiring disclosure only of favorable evidence that is quote-unquote known to the prosecutor. Well, accordingly, the prosecutors had constructive knowledge of the case against Officer Kennedy because their office was prosecuting him, even if the specific prosecutors assigned to Mr. Evans's case were not personally aware of it. However, because the prosecution against Officer Kennedy was not quote-unquote known to those prosecutors, no ethical violation had occurred despite the existence of constructive knowledge.
Your Honor, we still don't know who the actual officers are.
So do y'all have any information for me?
Yes.
Yes.
We, as of right now, have no reason to believe that that body cam belongs to any other officer other than Officer Kennedy. Still trying to confirm it through superiors over at the Live Oak Police Department. That no information has been provided to us that would lead us to believe that it is anyone else but Officer Kennedy.
All right, so here's my other thing. So is Officer Kennedy subpoenaed to testify in this case?
He was not subpoenaed by the state. He was not, the state was planning on calling. Well, Kennedy should.
I've issued a subpoena.
If needed for him.
All right, so the state is going to want him to be here. So y'all will need to contact Mr. Kennedy's attorney. So I'm going to excuse the jury. They're going to be back here tomorrow, and y'all need to be here by 10. And you need to have all the information, be ready to proceed.
Sure.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
The state is imputed to know this information, whether it's actual knowledge or constructive knowledge, or station of today's, that the state was well aware of this. Mr. Kennedy has been notified by the state that he's not been subpoenaed and he was sent subpoenaed. The answer in my question as to why he's not subpoenaed was that if we can get a hold of him.
All right, so with regards to the statement that was made to Mr. Kennedy, whether or not that will be excluded, we'll take that up if it is offered. With regards to any other statements that the complainant has made to anyone, that's going to be subject to the rules of evidence and whatever objections people may have. I'm sure both parties are aware that some statements are out-of-court statements that are not sworn to. So the court will take that up as it is presented.
We certainly have, saying that the officers,
Do you want Mr. Kennedy here?
want him here, but after they stated that they can't get a hold of him. Your Honor, he was in this court, the state knows how to get a hold of him, ask the Superior Court services to do this.
Okay,
Asking the state and asking the court to notify the state.
All right, so here's my question with Mr. Kennedy. Do y'all want him to be excluded from testifying or not? So that's what.
I want him here to testify on how he's subpoenaed. What I asked the state to do is that they have pre-trial services on that, say, hey, show up today and you can get served right then and there.
All right, so I don't
know where he lives. I mean,
so my question is, and I want everyone to consider, and I'm gonna bring the jury in. My question is, everyone needs to make a determination. Do they want him excluded from testifying? Do they want any video where the complainant was speaking to him excluded? You all need to let the court know that, and the court will take that up. But for now, just seek to have him subpoenaed.
Mr. Evans's case proceeded to a jury trial, during which the defense called Officer Kennedy as a witness. On December 8th, 2025, after the completion of the trial, the jury acquitted Mr. Evans of the assault charge. This case illustrates the central role that discovery plays in ensuring fairness in criminal proceedings. The discovery process is designed to give the defense meaningful access to the evidence in the state's possession so that legal theories can be developed, witness credibility can be tested, and trials are decided on the merits rather than by surprise or informational imbalance. When discovery is incomplete or unclear, it can limit a defendant's ability to investigate the facts, challenge the reliability of evidence, and present an effective defense, even where no intentional misconduct is found. Texas law reflects this concern by imposing broad and affirmative disclosure obligations on the state, recognizing that prosecutors and law enforcement collectively control information critical to the truth-seeking function of the courts. Ultimately, meaningful compliance with discovery obligations is not a technical formality, but a core safeguard of due process and a prerequisite to maintaining public confidence in the integrity of the criminal justice system. Let us know if there's a case or courtroom interaction that you'd like us to explore in the comments down below. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe so that we can help foster a more informed society. On September 19th, 2024, an unidentified individual filed a petition for a domestic abuse injunction, commonly known as a restraining order, against respondent Lee Moritz in the Burnett County Circuit Court in Wisconsin. Under Section 813.12 of the Wisconsin statutes, a domestic abuse injunction is a civil order issued by a court to protect an adult from violence, threats, or harassment by a spouse, former spouse, dating partner, household member, or other qualifying individual. The statute defines, quote-unquote, domestic abuse as including intentional infliction of physical pain or injury, intentional impairment of physical condition, sexual assault, stalking, or threats to take any of these actions. A petitioner can request a temporary restraining order, which may be granted the same day based on sworn allegations, followed by a hearing where the court determines whether to issue an injunction for a longer period of time. In Mr. Moritz's case, the petitioner obtained a temporary restraining order, and the court scheduled a hearing for October 10th, 2024. Only the petitioner appeared on the scheduled date. Mr. Moritz did not come to court. Because he failed to appear, a domestic abuse injunction was issued based solely on the petitioner's allegations, without Mr. Moritz having the opportunity to contest them. The injunction prohibited him from having any contact with the petitioner for 4 years. Mr. Moritz later violated the injunction by reaching out to the petitioner multiple times. On August 1st, 2025, Mr. Moritz was charged with violating a domestic abuse order in violation of subsection 8 of Section 813.12 of the Wisconsin statutes, which makes it a misdemeanor offense to knowingly violate a domestic abuse temporary restraining order or injunction. Mr. Moritz made an initial appearance on the charge on August 27th, 2025, representing himself and entering a guilty plea, and a status conference was scheduled for October 13th, 2025. However, on October 1st, 2025, Mr. Moritz was charged with another count of knowingly violating a domestic abuse order, along with a separate misdemeanor violation of Section 940.44 of the Wisconsin statutes, which criminalizes persuading or attempting to persuade the victim of any crime from reporting the offense to law enforcement, a prosecuting agency, or a judge. Mr. Moritz's initial appearance for the second set of charges was scheduled for October 13th, the same date as the status conference for the first charge, and Mr. Moritz appeared on that date in Judge Melissa Mogan's courtroom.
Lee Moritz. We will go on the record in the matter 25 CM 113, 25 CM 185, State of Wisconsin versus Lee Moritz. The state appears through Assistant District Attorney Jose Vila in person. We have Mr. Moritz in person without counsel. We're set today in these matters for an initial appearance in the 185 case and a status in the other. Mr. Moritz, did you receive a copy of that new complaint? And that's what it looks like in your hand?
Yes.
Did you read it?
I didn't read the whole thing.
But do you understand that charge and that maximum penalty?
I really don't.
Okay, well, it's easy. I'll just go over with you and you'll totally understand. It's alleging that on or around June 13th, 2025, you knowingly, you did so
understandingly that you violated an injunction, which is a restraining order, as people know it in lay terms. An injunction where you're not supposed to have any contact at all in any way, shape, or form at all with an individual in 24 CM 120. So they're alleging on June 13th, 2025, you violated that. You broke the law. You had contact. Don't say a word. You could, upon conviction, you could be fined not more than $10,000 and have incarceration of not more than 9 months in jail. So that's that maximum penalty associated with the charge and what the state would have to prove. Okay, and it's alleging that you did have contact, you knew you had contact, and you knew you weren't supposed to have contact with that domestic abuse injunction. Okay, I would not say any facts about the case because anything that you say here today can be used against you. Okay, but if you have a question, an administrative question, I can answer that.
I spoke to Jose and he didn't help me at all. I had a lot.
Not supposed to. He's state. He's on the opposite side.
Oh, I see. I don't know how this works.
Okay.
I have no idea how this works.
He's the attorney that prosecutes you that doesn't want, that he's wanting to protect the public interest and the allegations in both of these complaints because they're very similar. So he's not the guy who can help you.
Oh,
If you're
see,
looking.
I don't understand how any of this works.
Okay, so.
I don't have enough money to buy an attorney right now, so.
So did you talk to, there was a gentleman and I'm going to try and find somebody outside who can stop. Hey, why don't you please, one of you run out, Mr. Flisky's right outside, and then we can get Mr. Flisky so he can talk with Mr. Morris to see if he qualifies. Thank you, Ms. Bauer. You talked to him already?
I talked to a woman the last time I was here.
Okay.
I don't
Apparently we
qualify.
don't need him.
I don't
Apparently he
qualify
doesn't
at all.
qualify. So, but thank you, Ms. Bauer. Okay, so you don't qualify.
Well, she
Okay.
told me I can only make like $200 a month and I,
No, it's not that. It's not $200 a month. It's like you probably own property. If you own property.
yeah, I do.
Then that's what
I
that's
own
what cut you
quite
off.
a bit of property.
So what you would probably like to do is retain your own attorney or apply for a court-appointed attorney, but that's still at your cost and you'll still need to have money down. But if that's the route you wish to go, then you need to go outside and get that application when we're done here today. Fill it out today. It can't be any later today because I'm not going to wait until the next hearing to have you go, oh, I didn't do it. So you have to go fill that out today if you want a court-appointed attorney at your cost. It's $100 an hour, but that's far less than the other attorneys. You can pay $300 or $400 an hour for a private attorney. You can go that route too. That's totally up to you. But otherwise, it's a reduced rate at $100 an hour. Having these cases, you would need to pay $350 down.
I don't have any money, Your Honor.
Okay, so at this time, you're representing yourself and that's fine and you can do that.
Judge Mogan explains the court-appointed attorney process to Mr. Moritz, and he states that he doesn't have any money. Under Wisconsin law, eligibility for a public defender is determined by the financial standards set out in Rule PD 3.03 of the Wisconsin Administrative Code. The requirements consider both income and assets to decide whether a defendant can reasonably afford private counsel. Even though a defendant like Mr. Moritz, who has limited income, may appear indigent, Rule PD 3.03 requires the agency to consider the equity value of the applicant's assets, such as real estate, vehicles, or other property, and treat those resources as available to pay attorney fees. In most cases, an applicant is ineligible if the combined equity value of their assets exceeds $2,500 after excluding up to $10,000 in equity value of vehicles and the first $30,000 of the equity value of the home that serves as the individual's homestead. Here, Mr. Moritz owns property with equity above that threshold, meaning that despite having limited cash funds, he does not meet the asset-based indigency requirements and therefore does not qualify for a public defender.
Not guilty plea is going to be entered on your behalf on this charge as well as the last charge. But Mr. Villa, you're not his attorney. You don't represent him. He tried to talk to you about the case. So with regards to this matter and your boots that you fill, what is an offer that can be presented?
Your Honor, at this time, I cannot present an offer. We have further cases that are coming down the pipeline, so I'm going to do a global.
Okay, so there's more referrals of the same-ish thing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you can understand, Mr. Moritz, from what Mr. Villa is saying is that there are more allegations of you doing the very same thing And it looks like more charges, more cases are coming down the pike. Okay? So
It's all Greek to me.
all I can do is, all I can say is I can strongly advise you that you need to not have any contact, not only because it's criminally hurtful, but because you have a domestic abuse injunction, 0 contact with BR, 0 contact, no texting, no talking, no swearing, no pushing, no third party contact unless it's through an attorney.
Prosecutor Jose Villard informs Judge Mogan that the state is not prepared to offer Mr. Moritz a plea bargain at this time because additional charges are still being processed. In response, Judge Mogan strongly advises Mr. Moritz to avoid any further contact with the petitioner, reminding him that the existing domestic abuse injunction requires him to have no contact whatsoever. As we discussed earlier in this episode, each separate communication can constitute a new violation of Section 813.12 of the Wisconsin statutes, which criminalizes knowingly violating a domestic abuse injunction. By warning Mr. Moritz to avoid contact with the petitioner, Judge Mogan is effectively trying to prevent him from accumulating even more criminal charges while his current case is pending.
Can I talk to you?
I may not be able to give you any answers.
This is my situation.
I don't know if you want to tell me your situation because again,
I want to. I want you to understand.
everything, I can't understand. Everything that you say can be used against this gentleman right over here, and he can use it, even if it hurts you.
But I need to talk to her because she did all my business work, all my taxes, and I need some documents from her to get.
Can't.
But I need that, and she will not give me. That's why I keep.
I would stop right now because the
I just
law
don't
says-
understand what's happening. I don't. I didn't abuse anybody. I've never abused
Here's the
anybody
thing,
in my
but
life.
there is a domestic abuse injunction.
It's false allegation
Well, it's in effect.
because she came to the court first.
I am telling you right now,
Then
I'm
shut
not going to
up.
go look at the case. I'm not going to look at the facts. I'm not going to do those things.
Well, someone needs
to. There is in effect a domestic abuse injunction that says absolutely 0 contact, none whatsoever. No text messages, no calls, no thinking hypothetically or not hypothetically, thinking towards her, no talking to people, not trying to do anything that has any contact with BR at all. Not at all. And if you need contact, you want to know, it says in the injunction, I can tell you right this because it says in the injunction, you can have 0 third-party contact unless it's through an attorney. So that's your option.
I don't have any money, so I don't, my life's in your hands, Your Honor.
It's not in my hands. It's in your hands because I don't make the choices and I don't have the conduct you do. You're the one who understands what the law is prohibiting and you continue to do it the only way. And through that injunction, it says attorney. So what you're going to need to do is I'm strongly advising you, at least you can go hire an attorney for this one sole little thing.
I don't have any money, Your Honor. I don't. She took $25,000 from me and split.
I don't know what else to tell you.
I don't have any money, so I don't want to go to jail. I don't know what to do.
I would stop having contact with BR.
But I need some paperwork from her.
And I told you how to
need
do it. I told you how.
I
to
can't
do it.
afford an attorney, Your Honor. I'm at your mercy.
There's no mercy here. I cannot be merciful. I have nothing that I can do right here at this time. An injunction says 0 contact any way, shape or form.
I understand.
Except through an attorney. So you know the
I understand.
fix.
I understand.
And you have the fix. You just have to figure out, problem solve to get to that, to be able to get what you need. I can't give you authority to do that.
I understand.
What I'm going to do, how long do you think it's going to take you to review these new referrals?
Your Honor, less than 30 days.
December 10th at 9:45, December 10th at 9:45. We're going to have the next hearing and that's a status and most likely it's going to be further initial appearances. Again, all I can say is from the injunction, Mr. Moritz, and I'm trying to tell you your path and the thing that you can do. You need an attorney to just have that communication. And I know you say you don't have money, but here's the thing. Have you talked to an attorney to see how much money it'll cost just to have that communication?
$1,500 retainer,
Well, how many attorneys did you talk to?
Benson.
Oh, one. There's multiple other attorneys to talk to that don't charge $1,500 retainer just to send a letter to try and get business documents. There's more than one attorney in the world, okay? As you saw, we had at least 4 in here today. Not counting the state. Mr. Vila.
Your Honor, it does appear that we also need to set bond for these cases.
All right. The court is going to do $500 signature bond. Okay, $500 signature bond. Absolutely no contact with BR or residents.
I have a question.
Yes.
What does a signature bond mean?
A signature bond means you're going to sign the bond. You're going to understand the conditions. You come to court, you follow the law, you don't break any of the conditions. If you do, great, and you don't violate any of those things, then you're fine. You're just signing by your signature. You're saying, I'm agreeing to abide by this. If you violate, not only can the court convert that to cash, well, they have to pay $500 bail, but the state has the ability to charge you for what's called bail jumping. Okay, you're
So-
charged with misdemeanor. So if you
So
violate
I
any
sign
condition,
this bond, and if I don't communicate at all, I don't have to pay money. I don't understand.
correct. You don't violate the bond.
So
So you,
what, do I sign that today?
yes, you'll come up here and sign it right here today.
Okay.
Judge Mogan informs Mr. Moritz that he will be released on a $500 signature bond. Under Section 969.02 of the Wisconsin statutes, courts have several options for releasing misdemeanor offendants, including what the statute refers to as an unsecured appearance bond, the formal term for a signature bond. This type of bond does not require the defendant to post cash or secure sureties. Instead, the defendant signs a written promise to appear in court and agrees to owe the specified amount only if he fails to appear or violates any condition of release. In practical terms, the $500 is not paid up front. It becomes due only if Mr. Moritz breaches the terms of his bond. Furthermore, if Mr. Moritz violates any bond conditions, such as by continuing to contact the petitioner, he may face an additional criminal charge for bail jumping under Section 946.49, which makes it a separate offense to intentionally fail to comply with the conditions of a bond.
I strongly encourage you to either find an attorney and retain that attorney or to apply for that court-appointed attorney, okay? And you'll fill out the whole application but I need proof of your income as well as.
I don't have it because I don't have the documents.
Don't need those documents. I just need you to tell me, I make this much and this is under perjury. So I make this
But
much a
listen,
month.
I don't make a steady income. I've been self-employed since 1997.
I understand you used to cut our grass here. I
Yes,
understand that.
I did, and I lost my job because of this whole situation of false allegations.
Mr. Moritz.
I don't understand any of this. I've never been in trouble with the law.
Here's the thing. You know people who know about the law. I know that. So go talk to people who know about the law and either apply for a court-appointed attorney. That's an option right there. And you don't even have to say, I don't need to know, I make $100 this month, I make $300.
Well, that's the thing. It all depends on the weather. If it rains, I mow. If it snows, I plow.
You
If it
have an
doesn't rain or snow, I don't make any money.
You have an idea. You have an idea of how much you make, okay? You have an idea.
I don't make enough to pay my mortgage right now. It's been dry for 6 years.
Then it sounds like you could look at other employment opportunities as well. But here's the
I'm
thing.
49 years old.
I'm not going to argue with you.
I don't want to argue,
Then
Judge. I just
stop.
want to go home.
I gave you my options. You have those options. You need to choose one of those options because it sounds like it's going to get a little bit deeper because the state has more referrals. I don't know how many, but it could be 2 or more cases, 2 more referrals.
I text a couple times.
An injunction means no contact, none.
I understand. What if she contacts me though? And I'm not allowed to
Ignore
contact?
it.
Can you make sure there's no contact on the bond?
That's what I said.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure.
If she contacts you, you do not even respond. I can't talk to you because that's violating. Sounds like it's, kind of lopsided. Why can she contact you and you can't contact her?
That's what I don't understand.
It's the law.
See, I don't understand the law. I'm not a judge. I'm not a lawyer.
Locker.
But I need that paperwork.
Here's the thing. Again, the only reason why I
don't
know
want-
this,
I
the
don't-
only reason why I know this is because you brought your sister with you at the last hearing, that your sister's a law enforcement officer. You know somebody to talk to who knows the law. She knows the law. She knows the law. She's an officer of over 20 some years, maybe 30. She's an officer.
30 years.
So talk to your sister. And again, I only know that from the last hearing you were here. So you can't be trying to wishy-washy, tell me you don't understand the law, you don't know the law.
I don't.
You know an expert, a law enforcement officer. She can tell you all the things.
She doesn't, she's not a lawyer. She's a police officer.
Who knows the law. And if you say, hey, sister, I have a domestic abuse injunction against me with BR. Does that mean I can't contact
The
her?
thing is, it's false allegations. That's not justice.
Okay.
It's all false allegations.
Okay, again,
Again, I just want to go home.
correct. No, you don't want to just go home. You want to continue to argue and to argue and to argue and to argue and to argue. So stop, because I'm not going to do this again. You're getting your one time right now to have your voice be heard, and that's it.
Thank you for letting me be heard.
And I understand you have these issues, but I can't tell you what to do. Only an attorney can tell you what to do and how to go about it. I've given you your options,
All right.
okay?
Thank you.
So
Your
come
Honor.
and get your notice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you in December. It's not a waste of time, it's my job.
Because Mr. Viard indicated that additional charges were likely, Judge Mogan scheduled another status conference for December 10th, 2025. And on October 21st, 2025, another charge of knowingly violating a domestic abuse order was filed. Mr. Moritz made his initial appearance on November 5th, where he pleaded not guilty. And as of the date of writing this episode, a status conference for all pending charges remains scheduled for December 10th, 2025. This hearing highlights how a defendant's outlook and decision-making can directly shape the trajectory of a criminal case. Throughout the proceeding, Mr. Moritz adopted a consistently defeatist tone, insisting that he had no money, could not understand the law, had been treated unfairly during the restraining order process, and had no choice but to contact the petitioner. Rather than engaging with Judge Mogan's repeated attempts to outline practical solutions, including the straightforward guidance that any communication with the petitioner must occur only through an attorney, Mr. Moritz responded by reiterating why he believed that none of those options applied to him. Even when the court explained that his property holdings placed him outside the public defender eligibility guidelines, he made no effort to consider how those same assets could be used to secure counsel or otherwise address his situation in a lawful way. Judge Mogan repeatedly attempted to show Mr. Moritz a path forward, but each time she provided a means for Mr. Moritz to improve his situation, he answered with another reason about why it could not be done. In the end, Mr. Moritz's circumstances were difficult, but his own refusal to take accountability, explore solutions, or adjust his behavior actively prevented him from finding his way out of a bad situation, and even caused him to accrue additional criminal charges. This case ultimately demonstrates that while courts can offer limited guidance, the responsibility for shaping a defendant's future still rests with them. And here, Mr. Moritz repeatedly chose the path that placed him at greater legal risk, rather than the one that could have helped him move forward. Let us know if there is a case or courtroom interaction that you'd like us to explore in the comments down below. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe so that we can help foster a more informed society.
So this happened yesterday. A lot of people on Twitter have been mad about this. They're mad at Imiru.
Context. A viewer asked Emiru her opinion about ICE, and this was her response.
On ICE, like there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting big content creators say their opinions on important topics, but it's like if you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to get off the internet. Like, hello?
This is pretty much all she said. Then someone posted this clip, creating one of the biggest hate mobs I've ever seen on Twitter.
And they're going crazy about this. They're very angry at her for this.
113,000 posts.
It's actually super easy to stream and have opinions. I'll show you. Fuck ICE, fuck Donald Trump and everyone in his administration, fuck Elon Musk, free Palestine, the US is stolen land built by stolen people, Luigi did nothing wrong, abortion is healthcare, leave trans people the fuck alone. So it's so easy for you to just repeat my opinions to me. And you can see all these people attacking and then, oh, racist. Now she's also a racist. Oh, this is Denims. Let's listen to Denims talk about this.
When did people on the right get so soy? You're smearing and defaming by calling someone a chud.
You shouldn't go and harass people for no reason. Just because she doesn't want to talk about it on stream, they treat her as if she's a fucking Nazi. What they do, I don't want to, her face is too big on the screen. I don't want to see that.
Ignore an opportunity where you could talk about something, maybe your audience doesn't like it, maybe you could educate them on it a little bit.
Educate them on it. This is my favorite word to see people like her use. Because this idea of educate implies some sort of intellectual superiority.
If you're above the age of 18, you should care about politics in your fucking country.
You need to care. Now, you have to care.
You can't say like, well,
Yeah.
I'm just not going to care about all this politics stuff. This is by far like the
Yeah.
dumbest American quality, saying I'm not into politics.
She never talks about politics at all, period. It's not even enough for someone to be neutral or to not have an opinion. You have to agree with them or they attack you.
Racist chud. So I will say tides are turning on this particular character. Create any bad memory for them. You're not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old.
So this is what these people do. I want you to understand this. Because they didn't like Ethan Klein, they called CPS on Ethan Klein's family to have his children taken away from him. And the justification for why it's okay is because the memories that a child would form at 3 years old wouldn't stick, so it's okay to do it to them because they wouldn't remember.
You're not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old. Now, yes, you are. No, you're not.
No, you're not.
But even if you are forming any memories at 4,
See, this is why she thinks she needs to educate everybody.
you have maybe 1 or 2 memories. Yes, you will remember. So everyone.
As if that even matters. It's okay to have this bad thing happen to a kid because the kid won't remember it. But this is the way these people think. They will weaponize an agency used to protect children from sexual violence in their internet crusade against a YouTuber who they slightly disagree with around a geopolitical issue. And they will justify, rationalize, and make up every excuse in the book for why this is a totally normal thing to do. These people are psychotic. Nobody should be accepting this. It's evil. It's awful. Do you think that normal people think that it's okay for everybody to just go and start attacking and making up a bunch of bullshit about a person like this? Especially not people that aren't even disagreeing with you. I could understand them being angry if she said that, oh, ICE are the greatest people ever and I hate all the immigrants, right? Yeah, I could see them getting mad, sure. But she didn't even say that. This is somebody who just doesn't want to be part of it. But a lot of other people don't speak out about it because they're afraid of the repercussions and they're afraid of the backlash. I'm not. I will do it every single time. I will come out and I will defend this from right-wing people. I will defend this from left-wing people. Nobody should be pressured into having an opinion about anything. If you don't want to say something for whatever reason, you should have every right to do that. And anybody telling you that you don't is trying to make you say what they think.
It has been a whole year since I moved to Bulgaria. So let's talk about it. So if you follow me on Instagram, which if you don't, I would recommend you do so, because this year I'm finally going to start taking my short form content a lot more serious, both on Instagram and TikTok. So not that I won't be posting on here regularly, but I will just be posting more and different things that, you know, can't really go on YouTube. So make sure you follow me there. But I had asked on there if you guys had any specific questions of what my first year living here in Sofia has been like, and I decided to choose 12 questions that I think will give you a very general sense of what this year has been like, for better or for worse. So the first question, let's really begin with the basics, especially if you're just tuning into my channel. Why did I move to Bulgaria in the first place? I am originally from Ukraine, but grew up in Canada for most of my life, and basically ever since I was able to go full-time with YouTube, which I'm incredibly grateful for, but it got to a point where I was just so exhausted, and not having a home base other than Canada, where I come back to and, you know, stay at my mom's place, it became very tiring. So initially I did think, well, maybe it wouldn't be so bad to have an apartment again in Toronto, because that's where I used to live. But when I really ran the numbers, like when I really thought about how much it would cost to keep an apartment in Toronto for half of the year, then the other half of the year be traveling, the plane tickets to basically fly across the ocean every time I come and go, it came to a ridiculous price tag. And on top of that, to also pay the kind of taxes that Canada has, like you would literally have to be making at least $200,000 or $300,000 a year to really make that manageable. So primarily it was a business decision. Like I already knew that living abroad would be so much better for my business, because I could be more centrally located, especially here in Europe. I can literally fly to so many countries, you know, within an hour or two, as well as the fact that here in Bulgaria, it's understandably a lower cost of living and also has some of the lowest taxes in the European Union. We'll get more into the specifics of taxes later on in the video, but those were the practical reasons. Like those were the practical reasons that I decided to move. But on top of that, when I was thinking about lifestyle, culture, the people, and the other countries that I was considering, which was Albania, Greece, and obviously if Ukraine wasn't in a war, that probably would have been my top choice because I'm from there. But yeah, when I really thought about the culture and the people and the nature, you know, in all of those countries, Bulgaria really kept coming up on top, because I had come here for almost 3 months in 2020, and I was very impressed by, you know, just how much this country had to offer as far as incredible nature, really lovely people overall. You know, there's some difficult Bulgarians for sure, but overall I really like the people here. I kind of understand them because, you know, it's still very much an Eastern European kind of mentality, and because I can read and speak Russian, you know, the Bulgarians, they invented the Cyrillic alphabet, so I was already able to read the language here, and I would say about maybe 30% of the words are similar. They're similar, they're not the same, so I still get caught up in the pronunciation, but it's similar to Russian, so I felt like compared to Albania or Greece, Bulgaria would be an easier cultural fit for me as well. So question number 2, what has been your overall impression of Bulgaria of a year living here? And I would say overall positive. Yes, there have been challenges, primarily with immigration, which I'll also talk more specifically on later on in the video, but I would say that everything else has been either manageable, as in, yes, there was some, issues to figure out, as there would be moving to anywhere else, but most of the other things have actually been relatively easy and really positive. Because once again, one big thing that I think has really helped me is that because I'm originally from Ukraine, I know the kind of Eastern European culture, not that they're all the same, but there's similarities. So I feel like I adjusted to the lifestyle here fairly easily. I was able to kind of figure out how everything worked relatively quickly because, first of all, I hired help. I would greatly recommend my friend and consultant Marcella, who helped me move here, because she has, really gone beyond just helping me in the immigration sense, which I absolutely needed help with that. But, because she's also Bulgarian, she was really able to give me a lot of great suggestions as far as a real estate agent, banking, how everything kind of works here. She really gave me the crash course to prepare me to integrate into life here. So I would greatly recommend her services, not only for moving to Bulgaria, but looking at your situation as a whole, if you're an online business owner, and telling you the places that might be the best fit for you. So she was a huge part in helping me really settle in to life here, as well as many of the new friends that I have made. So question number 3, were you homesick for Canada? I mean, in some ways, yes. Like, of course, there are absolutely things that I miss about life in Canada. I especially miss, my dad, who's still living there, my friends, all over the country. And I miss the simplicity of just knowing how everything works, being able to directly communicate with people in English, and just knowing how things work. And also because of the fact that I've traveled for more or less 6 years before moving here, I was also very used to being on the road, to being by myself a lot of the time. So for me, it's less of a, I guess, culture shock to be in a new place and kind of start from scratch, because I basically was doing that all the time when I was traveling. Now, question number 4, please compare taxes from Bulgaria to Canada. I will make a whole video about taxes once I actually file my first Bulgarian tax return. I mean, when my accountants will file my first Bulgarian tax return, because no, I can't do my own taxes here. I hired a firm to, do it for me. So I'll let you guys know once I do that and what my exact rates are, because for the time being, I'm just ballparking. Like, I know that it is a flat rate of 10% on personal and corporate, earnings. But the part that some people don't mention is that you do also have to pay Social Security to a certain extent on your personal income. So because I decided to incorporate, of course, the smart thing to do is to give yourself a smaller sort of salary, so you're not paying that much Social Security. And keep in mind, because I am a non-EU person, I actually am only allowed to pay into a pension fund. I cannot pay into the universal health care that they have here. And then any other money that I take out of the company, I have to pay 5% on dividends. So if I had to ballpark, I'm probably going to be paying, 17, 18% total. But obviously, comparing to Canada, it's substantially less. And, without telling you guys exactly how much I made, my average tax rate, factoring everything in, because I was self-employed, so I had to pay, the pension and all of that basically twice, because I don't have an employer. I think my tax rate was like 33, 34%, something like that. So obviously, if I would have stayed in Canada, and if I ever go back, I would of course incorporate, because I think anytime you are, getting close to or surpassing, 6 figures, it's really a good idea to incorporate. So for comparison, in my particular case, of course, it's really going to range, whether you are self-employed, whether you're incorporated, whether you receive a salary, and just how you do your taxes. There's so many things that will make it different for every person. But in my particular case, here in Bulgaria, most likely I'm going to pay around 17-18%, all things considered, without universal health care. I do want to add that in. Whereas in Canada, I would be paying at least 33-34%, and will only go up from there, the more money I make. Question number 5, what is your favorite place in Bulgaria? Obviously, I like Sofia. I live here. I feel very comfortable here, and it works perfectly for the kind of home base that I need. Like, I need to be near an international airport to be able to travel half of the year, for work. But if I had to choose another place that I think is really great and has a lot to offer and that I love visiting, it is definitely Bansko. I went there twice last year, once in the winter for my birthday, and then once in the summertime because it was the Bansko Nomad Fest. I had so much fun, met so many great people, was in spectacular nature, and I totally get why so many digital nomads choose to move there, because it really is a great home base to work remotely from if you want something a bit more relaxed in nature. Obviously, the cost of accommodation, especially in the summer, will be quite low compared to here in Sofia. So Bansko is probably my favorite place to visit in Bulgaria. Question number 6, how is your dating life here in Bulgaria? I did get this question a lot, so I thought I would answer it. But to be honest, I don't really have that much to share with you guys. I did go on some dates this past year, both with, a few Bulgarians and then a couple of, international people. But to be honest, this past year was just so, really intense, really challenging for me on many different fronts. Moving to a new country is obviously very overwhelming. You have so many things to do. I was traveling so much. So to be honest, I didn't really prioritize it. If I'm being honest, yes, I absolutely would love to meet a partner that is, the right fit for me, with where I'm at in my life right now, that has similar values, and that we really complement each other's life. But if I'm being fully honest, I know the pool of the kind of people that I'm looking for is quite small. I'll be fully frank, I can't date someone who has a 9-to-5 that just stays in one place, that doesn't have the kind of flexibility with lifestyle that I do. I just don't think we would be compatible, and I don't really want to have to change, this amazing kind of lifestyle that I have built for myself. And then also the other factor, which I don't know, maybe I'll make a whole video about this, but as I'm now getting closer to 35, I am pretty set in the fact that I don't want to have children. That's just not something that I want to do in my life, especially with the kind of political and world climate that we have going on. And, that's just my personal choice. So finding somebody who has a flexible lifestyle that is, financially free, that also doesn't want to have children, I understand that those things kind of cancel out a lot of people. So I'm very realistic in, my chances of meeting that right person. And I have kind of just made peace with the fact that even though I hope I meet him, I also can have a very fulfilled life, you know, doing what I'm doing because I love it so much. I do have a great community of family and friends. So I will keep dating. I will keep, you know, seeing what's out there. But at the same time, I don't really revolve my life around finding a partner. Question number 7, do you feel safe in Sofia? So I kind of spoken about this in past videos of moving to Bulgaria, and I would say that overall, yes. Like Sofia as a capital city, even though it's not that big, you know, it's 1.5, 1.6 million people, so it's not as big as, well, okay, Toronto or Paris or London, you know, it's not at those levels. Even still, like I would say for a large enough capital city, I feel very safe. I feel very comfortable walking around by myself. And I wouldn't say I had any situations in this whole year where I felt really uncomfortable or unsafe. Question number 8, how is the healthcare in Bulgaria? So as I mentioned before, because I am a non-EU person, I cannot pay into the universal healthcare plan. And when I was applying for my Visa D, I had to show proof of emergency medical health care. Like, yes, you could get a complete, you know, healthcare package where you have private insurance to go to, you know, all the doctors that you want here and for regular sort of examinations. But because I'm a fairly healthy person, I decided to just go with the emergency medical coverage, so that obviously if I get into an accident or get really, really sick out of nowhere, of course I can have the insurance cover me for that. But all of the regular routine kind of stuff, I just decided that I would prefer to pay that out of pocket if need be. Obviously I was hoping that I wouldn't need to do that, which overall this year I haven't, other than or numerous dermatology appointments that I had in the beginning of the year, where I had this really weird face rash. I don't even know from what, but I was able to go to a dermatologist the same day. She spoke English. She wrote me out a prescription, and basically in a matter of a couple of weeks, it got all healed up. So that is my only experience with private healthcare, like personally. But on top of that, what I'm actually planning to do coming up here literally tomorrow, I'm flying out to Kuala Lumpur. I am going to go to one of their very fancy, very modern, very comprehensive hospitals that make it so easy to just get everything checked all at once. All of your general screenings, you know, a gynecological exam, an EKG, even mammograms, like all of that kind of stuff, they do all in one day, get you your results within 24 to 48 hours. You talk with the doctor. If you need any kind of follow-up treatments, you can also do it there. And basically for a full package screening, it's like $300. So honestly, I think that's what I'm going to keep doing, where I will just keep my emergency medical here, pay for anything additionally out of pocket, and then my yearly screenings, just to do it as easily as possible, I'll do it in very, you know, modern sort of healthcare systems that are also super budget friendly. Question number 9, is the transport good in Sofia? I would say it absolutely is, but keep in mind I live right in the city center, so I actually end up walking most places. But when I do need to take the metro, the bus, the streetcar, like, it is super convenient. It is overall very regular, other than some buses. Like whenever I want to go out to the Ring Mall, which I really, really like. I like the Ring Mall. The easiest way for me to get there is to go to the subway stop and then take the 123 bus that goes basically straight there. And that bus only comes every 20 to 30 minutes. So that has been the only circumstance where I'm like, oh, I wish this bus came more regularly, but literally everywhere else that I go in the city, it is super
Chat,
easy.
how long you been
It is
watching the channel? Let me know in the comments.
So you woke me up for what?
You need to leave.
This dude sounds like Batman. You need to leave.
I need you gone. Like, you gotta go.
Can we revisit this after the holidays?
No, today.
Why is she sounding like she's speaking in corporate talk? Can we, I was just seeing if we could maybe like circle back in a couple weeks on this topic.
We not doing that after holidays and prolonging this whole process. No.
So you're gonna ruin the holidays for everyone, for the kids, for
The holidays
my family.
wasn't on your mind when you did what you did. Hey, we're not doing this. This is cyclical. Just a cycle with you,
Okay, but what? Okay, so your birthday, I was planning something real big,
That's
and
fine.
now
That's my birthday. I
can
don't
we
need anything.
Can we like?
No, that's 7-8 months out. No.
So there is no reconciliation right now.
No, there's always a reconciliation. There's always a reclamation. There's always a recycle. We're not. No, you gotta go.
Are you really doing this right now?
No, you doing that right now on the camera?
I've been trying. I've done everything.
I tried so hard, but didn't get really far.
This 80-year-old man won $3 million in the lottery, and instead of, retiring, he decided to become a drug kingpin. And I feel like I keep saying this, but this is one of the wilder stories I've covered in a while. What a diabolical way to spend your lottery earnings. But I guess this guy just kind of had a LARP as the Godfather on his bucket list, and that he definitely did. So let's start with the most bizarre part of the story, which I already kind of mentioned, but John Eric Spivey, this dude was 80 years old when he started his empire. Most people don't even live that long, and this guy just decided to become a drug kingpin at the ripe age of 80. And his empire is what the judge later described as the largest counterfeit pill operation of its kind ever uncovered by the UK police. So hey, at least he became the greatest at something. But our story starts in 2010. So in 2010, John, he won 2.4 million pounds in the national lottery, which is about $3.3 million. So most people after winning over $3 million, especially at the age of 80, would probably disappear into a quiet, comfortable lifestyle. I don't know what you guys would be getting if you won $3 million in the lottery, but I would get a house on a lake, a boat, and a Yeti 350 because I would be doing a lot of fishing. But I guess John Spivey over here, he looked at his lottery winnings and went, well, instead of retiring, I could flip this and make a whole lot more. And that he definitely did. The dude went full Breaking Bad. So according to prosecutors, Spivey used his winnings to modify his rural home, and he started adding industrial tablet presses, mixers, and packaging equipment worth thousands of dollars. Okay then. And no, this was not to make supplements. This guy decided to start manufacturing counterfeit diazepam, aka Valium, on an industrial scale. We're talking about millions of pills, tens of thousands per hour, and all this was happening behind some frosted windows in what neighbors thought was just like a quiet elderly man's countryside property. And police later said the property looks so peaceful from the outside, which makes things even crazier when they found out that it could have been churning out up to 400 million pounds worth of illicit counterfeit pills. I mean, just look at this house. you wouldn't really think you would have a massive drug lab in there, but also that's probably the goal of it. This is like a fairy tale looking house, the kind of house that you would expect some gingerbread cookies being made, or like an awesome stew. Now I want a good beef stew. I love a good beef stew. But yeah, I would expect a mean beef stew being whipped up there, not 400 million pounds worth of pills. But this house is worth about 600,000 pounds, which was sitting comfortably on a quiet rural country lane. And there's even a garden and stable in the back of the house. So quite interesting. I don't think this guy was strapped for cash at all before he started this, but I guess he just really wanted to see how far he could take life. But real quick, it's probably a good time to talk about something that nobody talks about until it's way too late, because just in the last couple of weeks, there's been multiple massive data breaches and leaks, like the massive SoundCloud leak, the Nike data leak, the Panera Bread data leak. There's so many recently, and every time It's the same story. Millions of people's information just gets blasted out for anyone to grab on the internet. Names, addresses, phone numbers, everything just floating around for anyone to grab, which is horrible. And unfortunately, this makes it easy for people to steal people's information. And that's why I've been using today's sponsor, Incogni, because Incogni goes after data brokers, the companies whose entire business is scraping and selling your personal information, and they force them to delete it. And this isn't like a one and done thing either. They keep monitoring for you over and over again. So your information just doesn't quietly creep right back up on the same site. And I've been using Incogni for over a year and a half, and you can see the progress on the dashboard. It's their team, and they'll actually take care of it for you. At this point, I'm genuinely glad that services like this exist. At the end of the day, criminals only performing what authorities called a roped in his son, John Collins, in the video. But as it turns out, Spivvy was not alone. He roped in his son, John Collins Spivvy, along with 2 other men, forming what authorities called a full-blown organized crime group. And his son is the guy on the left here, and honestly, he kind of looks quite happy. I guess he just had some great last-minute father-son time. But what Spivvy Sr. dragged these guys into was way more than just making the product. They also made fake companies, fake websites, rented shipping containers, industrial units, and so on and so on. This was, or it seemed like, a large-scale criminal operation. And obviously, they dressed the whole thing up to look legitimate enough to move massive quantities of counterfeit pills. And apparently through all of this, Spivvy didn't even act like he was worried about raising any alarms. The dude apparently was not worried about consequences at all. Like, even in group chats, he joked around saying that Elon and Jeff better watch their backs because they were making so much money now. So, okay then. So, I mean, that's interesting. That I guess he thought that this could just be like, what was he thinking here? Was he planning on IPOing? Like, what? So I guess this 80-year-old fake Valium kingpin thought he was on some like billionaire mogul status, but that ended up biting him in the ass, because police also say the group was stockpiling firearms, including automatic weapons, silencers, ammunition, and that also ties the operation into way more serious organized crime. And just like a whole bunch of these organizations, unfortunately, it caught up to them, because once police started actually investigating them, it didn't take too long for it all to start crashing down. And investigators say that this really kicked into high gear around 2020. So maybe he was just really bored during COVID or something like that. Or maybe there was just way more demand there suddenly. But I guess others spent the pandemic playing video games, learning to knit, watching every single Netflix show ever created. But this guy Spivvy over here, he just binged all of Breaking Bad and went, you know what? That is my life right now. I'm now going to LARP as Walter White with counterfeit pills instead. Okay, so it was in 2020 that Spivvy and others began manufacturing counterfeit diazepam tablets at a scale that doesn't just happen by accident. So this was industrial production, like the kind of setup you would expect from a legitimate pharmaceutical facility, not some cottage in rural Greater Manchester. But to keep everything moving, apparently they set up a whole fake front-end company where they were selling like tablet presses, powdered supplements, and packaging machines. So on paper, it looked very boring, but in reality, it was a cover to hide the whole real operation that was going on in the background. And they even rented a shipping container to store supplies and millions of finished pressed pills that were waiting to hit the streets. But according to the police, they were actually made to look like real Valium, but instead, obviously they were counterfeit, and they were also laced with etizolam, which is a whole lot more dangerous. And I could easily be botching that name right now, but apparently etizolam. I wasn't too far off. Apparently, etizolam is banned in the United States, and typically it's prescribed for anxiety, but in high doses, it can lead to unconsciousness, respiratory failure, and death. So it's best to avoid this. But obviously, this is something very bad to add into counterfeit pills, which is why one should never take any counterfeit pill ever. And obviously, this did catch up to them, because in April of 2022, officers stopped a vehicle connected to the group. Inside, they found 2.6 million counterfeit pills. What a crazy traffic stop. So the estimated street value from just that one traffic stop ranged from about 1 million to way into the millions, depending on how that was sold. So that's some serious weight to have in one vehicle. So obviously, police were pretty shocked when they found this amount. This isn't some like side hustle type amount. No, this is like a full-scale criminal organization. So Yeah, they went all in this case. So the following month, the police executed warrants on several locations, including Spivvy's property. And what they uncovered literally reads like an inventory list from a crime drama. Industrial pill presses, mixed equipment, raw chemicals, packaging materials, cash. And police later said the group had access to weapons, including automatic rifles, submachine guns, pistols, silencers, and large quantities of ammo. And if you know anything about how the UK is with gun regulation, you would know that's not the easiest thing to get there, and wow, that is extremely illegal. And of course, the numbers just kept getting bigger because authorities estimated the total potential street value of the illicit pills that were produced by that operation could have reached the hundreds of millions of dollars, with some estimating that they made about $400 million in pressed pills. And the judge would later on go on to say that this was the largest production of drugs of this nature that has ever been uncovered by the police in the UK. So when the case went to court, the whole idea that this was all some like misunderstanding, obviously that didn't work, especially not when prosecutors pointed out this entire operation centered around Spivvy's own house that he had paid for and modified using his own lottery winnings. So by the time it hit the courthouse, the age defense was not working how the defense wanted it to work, apparently. But Spivvy denied knowing anything about the operation. He just claimed that he owned the house and he let them use his house. Okay. It was essentially like, I'm 80. I don't know what these damn kids are doing in my basement, except with a British accent. I don't know, love. I'm 80. I don't know what these young chaps are doing in my basement, in it. I feel like old people in the UK would definitely not use "in it" as a word. I'm trying to think of like how a British old man would react. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I'll just see myself out. But his lawyer even tried to shift the blame at one of the other guys who was not his son, saying, that guy, Callum, he was running the whole show. And at one point, the defense quoted Callum himself, referring to Spivvy as the guy whose gaff we used as a millionaire. Gaff is such a funny word. I forgot they used gaff as like, oh, that's his spot over there. But they were basically insinuating that Spivvy had the money and the property, but he was just the landlord, not the guy running the show. But obviously, the prosecutors were not having it. They were like, Spivvy, this guy, not only was he the landlord, he owned the house and so on. No, he modified the house specifically for this operation. And the judge even pointed out how much of the operation revolved around Spivvy's own house. Because the judge, in quotes, said the fact that the house looks so nice and it's in that ostensibly rural, quiet area helped work as the backbone for a massive counterfeit drug pipeline. So the judge did not side that Spivvy just didn't know anything about it and was just like a dumb landlord. And in quotes said, despite your lottery win, you continue to live a life of crime beyond what normally would have been your retirement years. And the jury agreed. So Spivvy was then convicted on multiple counts: conspiracy to produce and supply Class C drugs, possession of firearms, possession of ammunition, and perverting the course of justice. And when sentencing came down, he got a pretty big number, essentially a life sentence, because he got 16 years and 6 months in prison at 80 years old. And obviously he wasn't the only one going down. His son, John Collins Spivvy, he was also sentenced to 9 years in prison. Lee Drury received 9 years and 9 months. And Callum Dorian, the guy the defense was trying to paint as the mastermind, he had already been sentenced in 2024 for 12 years. This whole situation is just so unnecessary though, because the guy was already retiring as a multi-millionaire because of the lottery in his senior years. And instead of doing so, he just became a kingpin. Okay. So now, instead of actually enjoying his winnings, he'll now be sitting in a prison cell. So, I guess you just played yourself. But maybe these years of being a criminal gave him the action he wanted in his life. Who knows? But hey, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed this video. I am currently on vacation, actually. Well, actually, I'm still recording videos, but technically, I'm actually on vacation. But this is kind of like vacation for me. So, thank you for bearing with my temporary setup for the next couple of days. But either way, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.